I believe we are offline. Did we get offline?
Uh, it says that we're back online. My apologies. My computer died.
Oh dear.
This says that we're back online, and I hope that we're back online. So I really apologize for I really apologize for the break in the live coverage there. That was my fault. My computer, I just completely forgot to plug my computer in. That's my bad. But anyways, uh, just got new images here on Viera, and we'll see if this strengthening trend continues. Uh, or maybe it isn't because you can see here that the western edge is kind of struggling to get convection going, but that eastern edge is looking really good. What time will it make landfall? Um, land the eye is starting to come ashore right now, but the actual center of the storm coming ashore is going to be for a little while. It won't be for a little while yet, but the eye of the storm is basically coming ashore right now to the north and east of Beira.
How much rainfall is expected? A person asks.
Yeah, we were what was going on?
They're asking how much rainfall is expected. I'm assuming in the general
Uh,
vicinity of the area.
the the expected rainfall in the landfall areas will be in and around 500 millimeters, going into Chimanimani in Zimbabwe. That's where the peak rainfall is going to be. That will be around 750 millimeters. Anywhere else in the path of the storm should expect rainfall in the range of 200 to 300 millimeters.
Hmm. Somebody's also saying, is it going to affect the U.S.? No, this has been the Southern Indian Ocean's no chance. This is really possible
So,
to affect the United States. Um,
all right, I've got to look for that right now because um
Somebody's asking how big the waves are going to be. We're saying somebody in the chat earlier before the stream went down. I was saying that they're getting or they're forecasting over there to get 8 meter storm surge, but as far as I know, they were originally forecasting 4 to 6 meters, only 4 to 6, 4 to 5 meter storm surge.
yep.
But if that's true, if it's 8 meters, then it's really going to be a bad scenario. And people are also saying that the seawall may have breached, but we cannot confirm that at this point in time.
I am currently looking for substantiation of that. Because obviously we do not want to hear a story about Vieira having its seawall being breached because that would be a truly terrible scenario.
Indeed.
But I'm unable to find anything yet. But that doesn't mean that there isn't something out there. Still looking.
David saying that the audio is a bit low.
Yeah, that's just because I'm talking low. That's my bad. I don't know if maybe Isaac's volume is low. I can fix that right now.
All right.
Yeah,
Um.
that should be fixed now.
mhm. Okay. People are saying that there is. I cannot confirm this at this point in time, so I'm saying that people said a 26-foot storm surge in the bay near Beria is predicted. 26 feet. I don't know what that would be in meters.
How much storm surge?
26 feet.
26 feet?
Yeah, I cannot confirm that, but a viewer is saying that.
That is ridiculous. That would be up to 8 meters. I mean, but that's a lot. Um, like I said, I need to see a source for that. Otherwise, I don't know if that's necessarily believable. Um, I'm gonna go with there is no confirmation of any seawall being breached. At least I'm not seeing any. So no confirmation of that yet.
Mm. Somebody's
And again,
asking.
and
Hmm?
again, as far as time of eye landfall, Vieira is going to receive the strongest winds pretty much within the next hour or two. It will receive, if the eye passes over Vieira, which is not even an exact thing yet, it will probably be in roughly, I would believe, in about 5 to 6 hours yet. The storm's not necessarily moving that fast. Um,
No.
so it would be another 5 to 6 hours yet, and the maximum winds you can see gusts of well over 200 kilometers per hour from this storm. Sustained winds likely in the 180 to 190 kilometer per hour region.
Mm. People were asking about if it'll U-turn after making landfall.
It
Models
is
have kind
not.
of,
It is not
yeah,
expected to make a U-turn at this point in time.
yeah.
They've backed off on that. What does the landfall mean? Basically, basically the landfall. What a landfall means is when the center of the eye actually goes over land. So not exactly when the eye itself goes over land, but when the center of the eye goes over land. That is what landfall is considered as. Um, all right, thank you, Tom. And will it make two landfalls? No, it will make one landfall. Wherever it makes landfall, it's going to make landfall. It's not going to make landfall, then loop back around and then make another landfall. It's going to make one landfall. So
Indeed.
apparently, right from Mateo, France. My bad.
So Mateo Francis saying 8 meters.
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay. Looking at satellite imagery while he's
Yes.
looking at. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Um, the surge on the coastline, 4 to 5 meters, and the surge is expected to be 7 to 8 meters in the Pengwei River along with the high tide.
Ooh, wow.
So, and that doesn't account waves either. So, storm surge is expected to be as high as 8 meters in the Pengwei River, which would be completely devastating to say the least. Uh, you got to figure that that's 2.5 stories worth of water coming ashore, it coming into the Pengwei River, which is that's just crazy to think that that much water would be coming ashore.
Wow.
That is insane. Thank you for that.
So
Um,
yeah.
well, I can tell you that the situation is only going to get worse from right now for Bira. I can't say that it's going to get any better, at least as of right now. The storm continues to just creep closer and closer to Bira. Yep, I know that Bira is located right at the mouth of two rivers, one of them being the Pengwei River. So
Mm.
I am aware of the two rivers right there. Is there a possibility of flooding in the inner area? You're gonna have to be more specific on that
I
because
I'm
I don't know what the inner area means. Like as
uh
inland flooding, I'm not so I'm not sure.
I've gotten information that there is indeed some small fishing villages that are really not well built along the north part where the eye is pretty much looking like it wants to make landfall here. Apparently, from somebody that
Yeah.
messaged us privately. Um, so uh, yeah, it looks like the infrastructure is pretty bad. I'm afraid up there. So this storm, even if it weakens or strengthens, it's still not going to be. It's not going to lessen the impact the storm will have. Like I've been saying, there's about Mid France is saying about 4 to 5 meters of storm surge along the coastline, and about 8 meters storm surge along the Punaway River area, however you say it.
Yep.
Um, is
Maputo
forecast.
Maputo is 100% safe from the storm outside of ocean rip currents. You guys will be fine.
Mm, let's see.
So that is so the inside of the shoreline. Well, if we're gonna have 8 meters of water ending up coming in here, which I believe the if we have 8 meters of water coming in here, obviously that would create significant flooding, not just in Beira, but also just across the river in Nova Sofala as well. Both of those regions could receive some very significant flooding due to the storm surge here. As as far as how inland the flooding ends up going, I'm not 100% sure about that, as that really significantly depends on the topography of the region. But I will say if you're in a low lying area directly next to the coastline or right next to one of the two rivers here in this area, you're definitely prone to getting flooding from this system, as anywhere from 4 to 5, maybe even up to 8 meters of surge ends up coming into the area.
Mm. So we've seen some images here coming out of Beira, Mozambique, from one of our team members here, and it looks pretty bad. There seems to be uprooted trees so far, minor damage, but this is from earlier. This seems to be about maybe, probably some images from about 5, 6 hours ago when the storm wasn't too bad, and now, of course, it's starting to make its landfall now. So I'd imagine
Uh,
the damage is probably worse.
Someone just asked, "Are we expecting more than 200 kilometers of winds?" I don't think you guys are gonna get 200 kilometer per hour winds sustained. But gusts will definitely be as high as 200 kilometers per hour in Beira. I don't think that you'll get 200 kilometers per hour sustained, but definitely gusts will exceed 200. How much of a catastrophe are we expected in Mutare? This is another question because a lot of people are asking about the Mutare and the Chimoyo regions, mainly because people just had to evacuate inland, and obviously Mutare is a rather large area in Zimbabwe. So the peak rainfall should remain to the south of both Chimoyo and Mutare. The peak rainfall is going to be in and around the Chimanimani region and the Junction Gate region in Zimbabwe. So you guys will probably so Chimoyo probably more than Mutare will receive hurricane force wind gusts, which would be wind gusts in excess of 100 kilometers per hour. And you guys should be experiencing rain in the 200 to 300 millimeter total, with local totals maybe getting as high as 400, which would obviously cause mudslides and flooding in those regions. It's very important that you monitor the situation carefully, and as the storm pushes through, there will be strong gusty winds coming through. So just be inside for that. But the impacts will definitely be not as significant as they will be down in Chimanimani or on the coast in Nova Sofala and Beira. No, the city of Beira will not be destroyed. Should we expect anything in Zambia? I don't think so. I think Zambia should be, well, I think Zambia should be relatively okay from this. The storm is supposed to dissipate rather quickly once getting into Zimbabwe, so I don't know if it's going to push as far north as Zambia. It should be okay.
Hmm.
So that's the effects going on here. We are now approaching 9 o'clock here in Zimbabwe. Conditions are continuing to deteriorate as Cyclone Idai inches ever so slightly closer to Beira and Novas, and as it inches ever so closer to Beira and Nova Sofala, with winds estimated currently at 185 kilometers per hour, sustained with gusts in excess of 200 kilometers per hour. The storm isn't really changing its track or its speed right now. Still pretty much going due west at roughly 16 kilometers per hour, and that movement should remain the same, uh, with the exception of a little bit of a northward jog that has happened in the past few hours. And the storm will likely make landfall in the next few hours or so. Uh, I am not 100% certain if the eye will pass directly over Beira yet or not, but Beira will definitely receive the eye wall of the storm, which will be packing the most significant winds from this.
Hmm. Which side of the cyclone? I'm assuming he's saying we'll get the strongest gusts and rainfall out of the four quadrants.
The southwest quadrant will receive the southwest quadrant of the storm will have the strongest winds. The strongest rainfall, I would imagine, would be the northern half. That's where the and yeah, that's where the strongest predicted rainfall will be on the northern half of this cyclone. So strongest winds, southwest quadrant, strongest rainfall, the northern half.
Hmm. All right. I'm still waiting for the latest imagery, but if I had to guess, probably the next image will have the extreme outer part of the eye just touching the coastline,
Well,
if I had to
I
guess.
have I have the image at 18Z, which is from an hour ago, where the eye is touching the coastline. So,
The latest image I have is from about 30 minutes ago,
alrighty.
but it still hasn't the edge of the eye at least still hasn't touched the coastline just yet. But if I had to guess, probably the next frame it would. Um,
Alrighty.
so uh,
I keep
let's
on getting
see.
500 errors, and I'm starting to get really annoyed at this.
And again, as Devin's doing that, anybody who is in the path of this storm or currently in it right now, actually, rather I should say, stay where you are. It's too late to move around. It's too late to go to another city at this point. Winds are too strong to do that at this point. hunker down where you are. Hopefully, you're far enough from the storm surge so where you won't get affected by it, or you're in a concrete building that is able to withstand such a storm. Make sure you have like furniture, you have blankets, pillows, a bed, mattress, bed. Put it on top of you, just in the case of those winds or the roof blows away. You'll still be protected by that furniture and that you have with you. And
Yep.
you might see a calm. Oh, go ahead.
Somebody just asked, will the Zai region of Mozambique be affected? And no, you guys are in the clear of this storm.
Mm, all right. And as I was saying, if you get into a clear event, if you get the heavy winds and all of a sudden it calms down really dramatically, you're then likely in the eye. How long you're in the eye depends if you're in the southern, northern part, or in the middle of it. It really depends. You could have the eye for 5 minutes. You could have it for
Yep.
what, I'd say maybe 30 minutes.
Um,
It really
somebody
depends.
just somebody just said that they're going to be going by car from Maputo to Beira. I will suggest do not do that until the storm has cleared. Yes, the conditions in Beira are going to get worse from right now, but please do not travel while the storm is going on.
Hmm.
We have
Not to mention,
Yep,
go
we
ahead.
have at least 120 people have died. Someone just asked, will there be 3 feet of rain? I have seen predictions as high as 3 feet, and that is in the Chimanimani region in Zimbabwe, right on the Zimbabwe Mozambique border, over by Junction Gate in Chimanimani. That's where the strongest rain is expected to be. I believe they've backed off from 3 feet, and now it's going to be more like 2.5 feet, but somewhere in the region of 750 millimeters of rain will likely be the tops. Um, that's likely the most that you're going to see here.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, this already has been a deadly system. It's killed, I believe, 120. Last I heard,
122 people from
yeah,
the latest
122.
reports, which is a lot.
Hmm. Yeah, that Siad, I believe his name is. Do not. Yeah, I would not go by car. It's too dangerous, and especially with the storm surge getting even higher. That's a bad thing to do at this point in time with the storm going on. I
Absolutely.
have I have a new image now.
Okay.
See here, let me. There you go.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I don't know what happened. It went away.
Yeah,
Hold on.
it's not coming up. Give me a moment.
Yeah, give me a moment because it went away from my screen as well.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's not coming up on my screen either. Uh,
Okay, I have it now. There you go. Uh, it should be on my screen now. It might be delayed a little bit, but it should be on my screen. Is it true that
um,
there's 20-foot tides? I don't know what that would be in meters.
yes. They are expecting to have tides up to 26 feet or 8 meters in the Pungwe River mouth from this
Mm,
storm. So yes, it is entirely possible that we could see 20-foot tides from this.
mm. Have you got my screen share sorted out, or is it bugging out still?
No. I don't know what the holdup is here, but it's just not coming up. Um
Let me leave the call and then I'll rejoin and see if
no,
it
I
fixes
don't
it.
no. That isn't
Oh,
it. It's an issue with OBS. It's just I'm going to have to try this and see if this works.
well, while he's doing that, I'll describe it. The eye, the eye wall, at least the edge of the eye, seems to be either probably now. Well, this image is about 20 minutes old, so it probably is right on the coastline now, or just about to hit the coastline
Yep.
now. So if there's any small villages. I heard that there is some really really small villages there that don't have the best infrastructure. I'm afraid that are in the path of this. They are probably just now experiencing the winds to calm down, and they're probably going to get into the eye really shortly here
Oh,
as the storm
there we
makes
go.
landfall.
All right. I just got it to come through.
All right. Yeah, this image is from about 20 minutes old, and you can see the just it's definitely not weakening at this point in time. Definitely not.
Yep. And you can see it, the eye is just right on the edge of that coastline right there.
Hmm. You can also see the city of Beira off to the left there,
Yep.
just off there. They're starting to get looks like they're starting to get the CDO of it now, or the eye wall maybe. Just
That
starting to
that would
get
be
outer
that
pieces
would be
of
the
it.
start of they're starting to get the eye wall of it right now. So conditions in Biera are going to sharply go downhill now that the storm is really starting to come on the back door of the city.
Exactly. So anybody in the city of Beira should be in their safe place right now. They should be hunkered down, expecting the worst. Make sure you're in your safe place. Make sure you have pillows, blankets, anything over you to protect you, just in case the windows or the roof flies away or breaks. Um, Hopefully, you're in a high enough spot where the surge won't get you, because the surge is pretty high. If you've been staying here, 4 to 5 meters along the coast and about 8 meters along the river here. I forgot the exact name of the river. Uh, let's see. I think it's the Punsui River. River.
Punway.
Punaway. I had a Punaway. They're forecasting 8 meters of storm surge around that general region. So if you're around there, I stress to you, please stay safe. The storms is going to be pretty tall. Um, Make sure you're in a steady building. Make sure you're preferably away from the threat of the storm surge. But at this point, it's pretty much too late to get out or do anything. You just have to hunker down and hope for the best. Really, at this point in time, conditions have really deteriorated far enough to where like you shouldn't be outside. You shouldn't be trying to weather out the storm or traveling anywhere. Just stay where you are. Hopefully, you'll get through it. Hopefully, you won't get hit by the storm surge. And it's hope for the best. Really, is all I could say. If in the Beira,
Bera.
and
Bera.
yeah,
It's just Bera.
Beira, Beira, and the small villages and towns north of it, just hunker down and stay safe. And I heard that power is out to nearly all Beira. Last I heard, last I heard about 30 minutes or so ago. And if I had to guess, probably all Beira is probably out of power now. Uh, so, and right now, if anybody's wondering, there's pretty much nothing to weaken it now, except maybe for it to make landfall. Pretty much, it's the only thing that will weaken it. Maybe it's just the landfall. Pretty much, there's no winds here. There's no dry air getting into it. There's the sea surface temperatures are good enough for it. They're 29 degrees Celsius, plenty enough for it to at least maintain strength. It's going through an eyeball placement cycle, also up to landfall as well. There's pretty much no signs of weakening from it. The only thing that can weaken it at this point is its landfall.
And that is an unfortunate thing here is that the storm it does not appear to be losing any sort of momentum as it continues off to the little bit slightly north of west. Um, Obviously, there are, as I've already said, it's moving into an area that is obviously a very rural area where the infrastructure is really not that great, which is really unfortunate to hear. Um, but it is a relatively at least compared to Beira, it is a really rural area in that region. Um, so I'm hoping everyone is able to. I hope they were able to get out of the way of this storm. At least knew that the storm was coming, because this is just it's just going to be devastating to that region.
Mm-hmm. Somebody, a lot of people asking when the landfall is going to be, and somebody asked what the CDPS rating is on it currently.
Well, the current CDPS rating is stage 7. That's very unlikely to change. Um, Someone asked, did it make landfall? It is still in the Mozambique Channel. It is. It has not made landfall yet. It's likely at least another 2 hours away from actually making landfall. Um,
Somebody says BR gonna get hit the most.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. It's really
Okay.
hard to say that they're not gonna get hit the most. I'll say that because they're gonna get the strongest. They're gonna get the strongest part of this storm, and they're also going to get the largest winds out of this too. So that entire region from you have Mafembise to Dondo to Beira to Nova Sofala, all of that region right there is going. That's going to be receiving the worst of the storm, as far as winds and surge. Anyways, rainfall is going to be very high, uh, basically anywhere to the north of those regions. That's where rainfall is expected to be up to 500 millimeters. And then as the storm moves inland and over the more mountainous regions towards the border of Zimbabwe and Mozambique towards the Chimanimani National Park, that's where uplift is going to be a big concern, and rainfall could be as high as 750 millimeters in that area.
Hmm. A person in the chat said that they're 600 kilometers away, I'm assuming, from the cyclone itself. They're saying that old buildings are being damaged already occurring before landfall, and he's also reporting broken windows and roofs flying.
Well, that is obviously no good. A couple of people are asking about the newly formed Cyclone Savannah. There's really not much to say about Savannah, but we will just take a very, very quick break to talk about it. Savannah, as you can see here, is just offshore of the Cocos Islands, just past them yesterday. And that's the only land that this storm is expected to affect. It's expected to move to the south, and then it's going to curve over to the west to even more open ocean, where it's really expected to be a fish storm for for at least the next week or so. So, really, nothing to talk about with Savannah. And it's the same thing with 95W. That's expected to stay as a depression for right now as it slowly treks towards Mindanao. But that's really all that there is to say about Savannah and 95W at this point.
Mm. I am looking at some more uh, imagery here, and looks like well, David posted some imagery here. He wants to be on the call here shortly. I'll add him here shortly, but he posted some pictures of some minor damage occurring. Looks like about maybe 7 hours ago. Some roofs being flown off, power lines down, and looks like some infrastructure being blown out already. And that was 6, 7 hours before the storm. I'll
Alrighty.
go ahead and add David here so he can join us here.
Yep.
Uh, Meantime, go ahead, Devin. Uh,
No, all I was going to say is that I'm just waiting, just like everyone else. We're just all waiting for the latest images to come in here. No, it sucks that I'm once again an hour 15 minutes out, and now we just got a new image here from 1830, and man, this thing's looking.
Let me look to see if
We
mine's
might have to
updated.
go and say that this storm is stronger than 185 kilometers an hour at this point.
And I
This
believe David is now joined.
Yes, I
Hello,
am
David.
here, and I've just got to turn the audio down, but it's good to be here. And unfortunately, it's not looking good. the images are now appearing on social media, and there's one shelter which is an old building, concrete building, and I don't know how many are bunkering in the old building. I think it's up in the Beer region, but no one will be getting into the area. I believe the border has been closed, or it closed about 24 hours ago yesterday.
Yep.
I would like to say that I've been given permission to air any media footage from one source. I've already got 3 files that should be, well, I'm planning to air them in a future update. It would have gone out last night, Devon, my time, but unfortunately, something cropped up my end, and I had a severe thunderstorm warning. We're supposed to have it again here on the east coast of Australia, and I just briefly go back to the reference. The tropical cyclone Savannah. It is supposed to reach Category 2 status, but
Whoa.
considering that I'm early hours of the morning, well, it's 5:15. I've just come online. I haven't been able. I haven't checked the latest information on that system. And Devon, the Invest, Jason, who is one of our technical people behind the scenes, and also um, operates the AU channel with me. He's saying that the Papua New Guinea Weather Office is to issue a tropical cyclone track on the developing 92P, which could, in a few days, pose another risk to the area south of Cooktown, north of Cairns, down to possibly Townsville, but that's far too early to confirm. But we have a developing system going.
Alrighty.
I
Anyways, Jane Williamson just popped in to say that it has started raining rather heavily. Has started raining in Chimoyo, but it has not gotten too heavy yet. I imagine as the storm moves inland that those conditions there in Chimoyo will deteriorate, but definitely not to the extent that we're currently getting here in Beira right now as the storm continues to move to a little bit to the north of west. The latest satellite frames are definitely not
I
good looking here. The storm continues to improve as it moves closer to shore. The winds in this system are likely going up to sustained winds of 190 kilometers per hour, with winds of around 210 kilometers per hour, at least gusts of around 210 kilometers per hour. So keep that in mind that the storm does appear to be intensifying as it's coming closer to shore.
I've received a new image now.
All right.
Off of Mateosat. This one is about 20 minutes old now, around about 20 minutes old. And it shows that the outer eye now seems to be on the shoreline now,
Yep.
North of Beira
And just look at all
currently.
the dark reds that are going around the eye now. Just
Yeah.
look at all the dark reds that are going around the eye. So it is a very dangerous situation. Conditions are going to rapidly deteriorate in Beira, Donda, and they're going to rapidly deteriorate in Beira, Donda, and Nova Sofala. So that's pretty much what's going to happen here. Of course, Mateo France saying that the storm surge could be 4 feet Along the coastal regions and in the mouth of the Pengwei River, the storm surge could easily be as high as, I mean, 4 meters along this coast and up to 8 meters in the Pengwei River, which would translate to around 26 feet for maximum storm surge. So coastal flooding will be an extreme concern here. Flooding from rainfall will also be an extreme concern here from this system.
Indeed, and in the satellite image there, it looks like probably now actually the extreme outer part of the eye seems to be have touched land, if I had to say so. And the next film I'll probably have it more overland. So looks like anybody in the northern villages. I doubt there's power on still, but looks like you're just now starting to get the calm of the eye now as it starts heading inland here. Beira, I don't know yet. Can't really say whether or not the eye will go over you or not. Really depends. Um, and like we've been saying already, even if you get into the eye, if we don't get into the eye, the storm surge is going to be a main threat. As you see in Devon's loop there on the screen, see how the convection is going pretty much right at Beira. And that's not going to help at all with what it's going to do is going to funnel all that water right into Beira and maximize the surge there. Like they're predicting a 4 to 5 meter storm surge along the coastline and around 8 meter storm surge around the river. There, I keep forgetting the name of the river there, but
Pengwei
there's
River.
yeah,
Pengwei
Punway.
River.
They're forecasting 8 meters of storm surge around that area as well. So not a storm to take lightly, certainly, as the storm seems to be making landfall currently. Not officially landfall yet. I don't think it's just the outer eye seems to be making landfall, rather I should say. But yeah, I just wanted to note that. Go ahead and.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for seeing here. Mateo France's latest advisory suggests that the maximum gust could be as high as 230 kilometers per hour in this storm now. So gusts up to 230 kilometers per hour. Before it was at 210. Now Mateo France suggests gusts as high as 230. And obviously the storm has strengthened at this point. So unsurprising to see that number go up.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, one of our viewers is saying that they're 600 kilometers away. I'm assuming from the storm itself. I don't know where exactly. They're not being that scripted, but they lost
Yep.
power. Uh, Again, if you guys have any questions or any information to relay from us from Beira or surrounding regions, and you could do it safely, I stress. Don't go out just to get a reception. Stay where you are. If we can provide safely information to us, that'll be greatly appreciated over the next coming hours here. As information will be gravely needed as the storm makes landfall.
Is there any chance of reducing momentum? I'm not 100% sure if you're talking about the forward speed of the storm. The forward speed of the storm is expected to remain in between 15 and 18 kilometers per hour, at least for the next 2 days. As of right now, the maximum sustained wind speeds of the storm, 195 kilometers per hour, 1 minute sustained, or gusts up to 230 kilometers per hour.
Oh, I just lost Devin.
Oh, hello? Can you hear me?
You back? Oh yeah, Devin's
Okay.
back. We lost you for about a minute. Go ahead.
Yep, just making sure. Just making sure. Obviously, yeah, the rainfall is going to be a significant threat from this system, along with the winds. With rainfall in the coastal region again, approaching or maybe even exceeding 500 millimeters of rain. And then further inland in the Chimanimani National Park, over in Zimbabwe by Junction Gate in Chimanimani itself, the rains are expected to be upwards of 750 millimeters of rain in total. To the north there, a little bit to the north, um, where I know a lot of people are hiding out from this storm, in the Chimoyo and Mutare regions. It's their rainfall totals are likely to be in and their rainfall totals are likely to be in and around 200, maybe locally up to 300 millimeters of rain.
Indeed. Somebody asked how high the sea waves will be. Again, sea waves will be about 4 to 5 meters along the coastline,
Well,
and 8 meters.
that's the storm surge. The waves
Uh,
themselves are 11 meters.
waves themselves, yeah, 11. Oh wow, 11-meter waves. Jeez.
Yes, the storm will be will be affecting Chimoio in Mozambique, as it moves inland. However, the storm will not be as strong. It should not be hurricane strength at that point, but it will definitely be producing hurricane gusts. Uh, Gusts will still be going over 100 kilometers per hour at that point, and rainfall should be expected to be at or exceed 200 millimeters during the storm. The storm right now is a Category 3.
Yeah, I got three officially.
It is a Category 3 officially.
Mm-hmm. Uh, we think it may be slightly intensifying before landfall. Sea surface temperatures are about 29 degrees Celsius where it's at. There is pretty much nothing to disrupt the system of any kind. No dry air. Like we've been saying, the only thing that could really kill off or disrupt the system is landfall, pretty much at this point. So,
Although I will say the storm is really trying to take a swing at Category 4 right now.
mm. Yeah.
It really is trying to take a swing at Category 4 before it makes landfall here.
Oof.
The latest frames. The latest frame. I'm just gonna put it up here on the screen here. You can see that red, uh, that that red convection that I was talking about earlier. That's the really tall, deep convection that's higher than the green, the blue, and the aqua that you see here. Um, that red convection reaching all the way around the eye. If it were to get symmetrical, that would be symbolic of a Category 4 with its given eye temperature. I don't think it's going to be able to do that, however. But this storm is definitely trying to make its best case to be a Category 4 before landfall. It looks a lot better than it did, let's say, just 2 hours. If we take a look at it 2 hours ago, here's what it looked like. A lot of blues on the north side, a little bit of red developing on the southeastern side. Not a lot of convection to be seen. 2 hours later, and it ends up looking like this. And it's obviously improved. It has improved its satellite appearance in the past 2 hours, no doubt. But officially, Category 3.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be the number that we end up going with. That's going to be the number that we go with until landfall, unless somebody else chimes in otherwise. So again, sustained winds from the storm, 195 kilometers per hour, 1 minute sustained, with gusts up to 230 kilometers per hour in the storm.
And again, officially, this is a Category 3 storm. Um,
So
the outer.
clearly, so yeah,
Go ahead.
clearly the storm trying to make a run for category 4, and it's still got time before it makes landfall. That's the scary part. It's got time before it makes landfall, but man, you could just see in this loop itself that it has improved significantly since the start of this stream. So it's yet another one of those unfortunate scenarios where we see a storm blow up, complete an eye wall replacement cycle, and blow up right before landfall, and nobody ever wants to see that.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh,
but anyways, uh, storm surges continue to be a significant issue. Obviously, Mateo, France, expecting storm surges as high as 8 meters in the mouth of the Pengway River, 4 meters along the adjacent coastlines, which that 4 meters could be more than enough to create complete devastation to all of the rural communities that are along the coastline here in Mozambique. Um, Obviously, Beira is the biggest population center being targeted by this storm, with a population of over 500,000. And Dondo is obviously in there as well, which is just a little bit north of Beira. And those two cities are likely going to be receiving the eye of the storm. Maybe the eye might jog a little north of Beira, but it looks like Dondo is going to be receiving the eye of the storm at this point.
indeed. I have the newest frame now. This one is about 17 minutes old. I want to say, yeah,
Alrighty,
17 minutes old.
let me get over there. Getting over there, and you can just see with every single image that you produce here, it's just getting closer and closer and closer to the shore.
Indeed. That just outer eye, it's um, those
Yep.
along the coast there. They're probably
And
experiencing it. The one's starting to calm there. Go ahead, Devin.
yeah, the winds are. It does seem like the eye is starting to come ashore now, at least in that very rural area of the Mozambique coastline. So obviously, if anybody there is able to uh, be in contact with this stream, do not go outside in the eye of the storm. Stay indoors if your shelter held up. Stay indoors. Just I hope for the best for those people that are living in that area.
And a key thing to note is that if we do get into the eye, uh, the most telltale sign is the wind sharply decreasing from
Yes.
from what they are to really calm, pretty much like a calm or really calm breeze or no to little breeze at all. And it could probably, I don't know if the eye is clear enough, but it might be able to make out the sky too a little bit, the night sky. So that's also a key sign that's in the eye. And how long it'll last will be if you're to the south, to the north, or in the middle of the eye. It really depends. You could have the eye for 5 minutes. You could have it for maybe 30 minutes or so. It really depends. And then you'll see the winds start to increase again as the other side of the eye comes back, eye wall comes back, and after that, all that's all said and done. And once it's safe and the winds are not that strong, you can then assess the damage afterwards. Just don't go out during the eye. You don't want to get caught when the backside of the eye wall comes back for a second round. Uh, there's been about 222 deaths so far that I know of from the storm already.
Wow.
Uh,
We're up to
wait, I think two.
200 now.
Oh no, not 200. I mean 122. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that. 222 deaths so far that we could say are associated from the storm. Most of them are associated with the before the storm, um, from when it from its origins rather. But I'm afraid the death toll is probably going to rise now that the storm is making landfall. I'm afraid, and these
Yep.
buildings are not too quickly stoned, I'd say. Yeah, 122 deaths so far.
That's yeah, that's what I'm seeing. That's of 5 hours, and that's of 5 hours ago, and that was reported by a South African news group. So 122 is the current death toll. Um, 82,700 people at least have been displaced. Um, so obvious, and this is obviously just going to increase as the storm continues to move ashore. So it's a really scary scenario.
Yeah. Um, just all I can say is just hunker down, hope for the best. Hopefully, the storm doesn't destroy wherever you're staying sheltering. Hopefully, not too close to the coast where the surge will get at you. This is certainly not a storm to play around with, for one. Especially now that it seems to be trying to re-intensify uh, a little bit before landfall.
And the
Go
re
ahead, Devin.
and the re-intensification of the storm is really the most scary part of the whole thing because with the re-intensification of the storm, it just blew up right here, right offshore, and you know, completing its eye wall replacement cycle, and that's just you look at that thing and images of other systems that have done that recently creep right back into your head, and it's just it wasn't good then. It's obviously not good now, but that's what these small cyclones are prone to doing. They can fluctuate in intensity like this, where they end up being really strong and they go back down, and they end up blowing back up again. But seeing it blow up literally as the eye is coming ashore is obviously never a good thing to see.
Somebody said,
The
"Has the eye
eye
made?"
has
Uh,
not made landfall in Beira. Uh, I'm not. I'm going to say right now, since this image that I'm looking at is roughly an hour out of date, I'm going to say that probably Beira is coming close to or is experiencing the worst of the storm right now. Uh, I would not be surprised if they're receiving pretty much the full brunt of the storm as we're speaking.
on the latest frame from me, I think it's about 25 minutes old now, but looking at it, Beira seems to be, it looks like they're either on the outer, still in the outer middle part of the eye wall right now, not
And
quite in the inner so far.
but remember that's from 20 minutes ago, so that's from a little bit ago. So they're even a little bit closer in. So they conditions are, if they're not at their worst yet, they are definitely deteriorating very quickly.
I would say so.
They are deteriorating very quickly as the storm is in no hurry to make a landfall. That's one thing I can definitely say for sure, that the storm is in absolutely no hurry to make a landfall.
Hmm. What is it moving at right now? I think 9 miles an hour, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 15 kilometers per hour is its current movement.
Yeah, so not too fast,
Not
which
too
is sad.
fast at all. I just lost the live chat.
I still have it here. Yeah, people saying that in Bangor the conditions are getting even worse now. They weren't bad already. apparently, hearing some people on Twitter are posting videos from Beira that are showing the really strong winds now, really coming into effect here.
Yep.
Can anyone explain the
Okay.
current tide levels and how they expect to predict
I
this?
will I will get that up on the screen right now. Actually, David has sent us what the tides are expected to be in Biera Mozambique. So here you go. So right now, obviously, it is the 14th of March 2019, and it is 9:41 right now there, and high tide is expected to be, well, high tide was, I believe, pretty much a couple of hours ago. I mean, a couple of minutes ago, rather, at 9:26 p.m., where the tide was at 4.84 meters. Um, so the tide, at least the tide is going down right now, but it is still at high tide right now in Beira. As far as how do the storm surges translate into inundation levels in the urban areas, I honestly am not sure. But I would imagine that an 8-meter storm surge, as predicted by Mateo France in the Pengway River, would be absolutely devastating. You're talking 2.5 stories worth. You're talking that the ocean is going to be 2.5 stories higher than what the ocean normally is. So you gotta figure that the you got to figure that the inundation will be significant, but I am unaware of. I've looked. The information unfortunately is hard to come by, but it is safe to assume that the inundation, whatever the inundation would be, would end up being significant from that kind of storm surge. As far as the population of Beira, I believe the population from 2010 in Beira at least was. Let's see here. I'm trying to find it. It was posted somewhere in here. It was 533,000 as of a couple of years ago.
So a major population center being affected by it.
Yeah. At least it is estimated that the storm is currently producing winds of up to 160 kilometers per hour on shore. We've already said that the 1 minute sustained wind speeds are up to 195 kilometers per hour, and gusts could be up to 230 kilometers per hour via Mateo, France. So, this storm is definitely producing very significant winds. That would put it as a high end category 3 on the Saffir Simpson hurricane wind scale. Um, yeah, that would put it as a high end category 3 with winds of 120 miles an hour. So 120 miles an hour equals 195 kilometers an hour, but that's what we're looking at right now. And we've already hit the rainfall totals several times already, but it's worth stating again that the rainfall totals are expected to be in and around 500 millimeters in the landfall area and just to the north of the landfall area. Um, in the Chimanimani National Park and surrounding areas. Um, right there at Junction Gate in Chimanimani in Zimbabwe, they're expected to get 750 millimeters of rain tops. Uh, any other areas that are expected to be hit by the tropical cyclone will be receiving anywhere in the range of 200 to 300 millimeters of rain.
Um, I got a new image here, not much different than the last, but
Just
I'm noting. Go ahead.
I should probably refresh myself,
Oh,
considering
I'm
my
noting.
my images are an hour out of date again. Ugh.
Mine is
Mine.
from about 16 minutes ago. Yeah, about 16 minutes ago, and it shows that it looks like the northern quadrant, in terms of convective wise, the top temperatures, they're kind of waning a little bit, but the southern side, southeastern side
Okay.
especially, seems to be the strongest.
So at least it seems like it's not going to strengthen all the way to landfall. Good. I'll put that. Just keep that image up. I'll put that on the stream just to just to show people. All right, you're on.
Oh wait,
Just to
hold on.
oh,
Okay, is that good?
all right. So there you go. You can see now.
Oh
Well,
jeez,
oh come on.
I don't know what's going on.
There we go. Anyways,
Oh,
you could
goodness. I don't know why it's playing up. I
you
don't know why
don't
it's
need
doing that. I'm
just
sorry.
don't worry about that. Just keep the don't bring that up. Where you have it right now is perfect. Uh you can see Beira here on the left. It's really starting to get close. Um it's really starting to get close. You can see the eye is just slowly creeping ashore. But the center of the eye is still pretty far away from making landfall.
Yeah.
So there's that. As the storm continues to move just a little bit to the north of west at around 14 to 15 kilometers per hour. Uh, I'll pull up
Mm.
the. Should really do this first. I'll pull up the RAM satellite here, and you can see obviously Um, Isaac's images are a lot more closer to being in date than mine. But you can definitely see here, just look at how the storm has improved over the past few hours from when we started this stream to right now, pretty much. And you can just see that the storm has improved after completing the eye wall replacement cycle that it ended up doing. And all we can do at this point is just sit and wait and hope everyone is okay at this point.
Pretty much, yeah. Um, I'm just looking back at the chat, seeing if there's any questions or
Someone's
things.
asking if it hits Beirut, will people lose their lives or not? I'm really not qualified to answer that question, honestly. Um, it, I'm not gonna say if there will be exactly if there will be somebody that dies in Beira, but I will say that the storm will be very destructive to the buildings in the area, and the flooding will be extremely significant. So I'm unable to say exactly what the impacts will be, but whatever the impacts are, the damages will certainly be extremely significant.
Certainly. I'm just looking at the past frames here, seeing how it's evolved over the past few frames there, and wow, I'm just noting how incredibly fast it strengthened. That's incredible. Oh, went too far. Uh, it hits Bera. A lot of people are asking, uh, what's it like in Bera? When it's gonna hit Bera?
Well,
Um,
it's hitting Beira right now.
yeah.
It the
So
it's hitting
yeah,
Beira right now. Obviously, we had some people in Beira reporting earlier. I would imagine those people are currently in a very safe place where they'd rather not be reporting from because I can only imagine that the conditions have significantly deteriorated from the start of this stream when we actually did have a few people in Beira talking about the conditions there.
I would imagine so. I'm afraid. And if they haven't gotten any worse, they're certainly gonna get worse now.
How
As the
is
eye wall gets gradually closer. Go ahead.
someone asked how is the city in terms of low-lying areas, and the answer is, well, the city is on a river delta right where two rivers meet, so it is a rather low-lying city. No doubt about it.
What is the best possible thing to do when it hits? Well, the best thing to do is to stay where you are, hunker down to the best of your ability, get furniture, blankets, pillows, mattress, bed, put it over you. So in case the windows and the roof decide to go flying, you'll be safe, hopefully from the debris, the flying debris, and the winds. If you're near the coast, I stress that you get into like a second floor uh, part of a building. Um, just stay where you are, hunker down, hope for the best. Hopefully, not in an area around the coast. If we are, I hope the storm surge won't be too bad. But again, they're forecasting pretty high amount of storm surge here
Uh,
from the cyclone.
someone asked, has the eye hit Beira? The eye is not there yet. It will be another few hours before Beira ends up getting the eye, but they are definitely uh, getting some of the nastiest parts of the storm right now. The current wind speed of the storm, 195 kilometers per hour, 1 minute sustained winds. Gusts are up to 230 kilometers per hour. That's by Mateo, France. The eye is not over Beira yet. As far as Mutare, Zimbabwe, um, I'm not 100% certain what the effects there are yet, but I do remember that somebody, I think, came on like about an hour ago saying that rains have begun in Chimoio, which isn't too far away from Mutare. So take that for what you will.
95 kilometers per hour, apparently. I don't know where this person's located, but they're saying winds are 95 kilometers per hour.
95 kilometers. The winds in miles per hour, that would be 120 miles an hour, 1 minute sustained winds.
Somebody saying Mutar has no wind right now, but that the breeze has picked up and died down a few times in the evening.
All right. All right. So, Mutare, uh, no winds yet.
Just looking up and just people saying like whether or not it made a landfall or not, pretty much, and how it is in Beira. I can tell you that the eye wall certainly seems to be on shore now. The innermost part of it. The It hasn't made landfall itself, not officially just of yet. It'll probably be another few hours or so till it officially makes landfall. To have a landfall, you have to have the center of the eye be over land to count as a landfall, unless you're counting the Picasso. Picasso thinks differently. But generally, you want to have the entire eye be over land to be able to count it as a landfall storm. But as of now, it has not made landfall yet. But
Tell you
the
what,
edge of the eye certainly may be doing that.
I can definitely see on the latest image that I have now, the 1915 image, I can definitely see the beginning of the weakening in the northern quadrant of this storm. So I can definitely see where the storm is weakening at this point. Um, so you can see here that there's just this little break here in the northern quadrant. That little notch will develop into what we saw in Isaac's latest image. Probably in the next image that I get, I'm running a significant amount of time behind Isaac, but this image is about 45 minutes old.
Mm. I should get another image here. Ooh, probably within the next 5 minutes, and I'll
The
report that when it comes out.
the diameter of the eye is 45 miles. Maputo. A lot of people have been asking, is Maputo safe? Is Maputo safe? Maputo is very safe from Beira. They should have no effects from Beira whatsoever. They should have no effects from this storm whatsoever. Uh, Several hundred kilometers away from Beira. So I don't expect any effects in Maputo at all.
Mm.
It is raining steadily 10 kilometers west of Chimoyo,
Wind light.
and the wind is light. Um, you got it. 10 kilometers west of Chimoyo. The wind is light. Goes to show you just how small the system is. Has it landfall yet? No, it has not made landfall yet.
Mm.
It has not made an official or an unofficial landfall. No landfall yet from this storm. Uh, Obviously, the eye is starting to creep on shore, but that does not mean that it has made landfall yet. The center of the eye needs to pass over land before an official landfall is declared. Um, so before any landfall is declared, I should say, the center of the eye needs to pass over land, and right now that is what we're waiting for, and that's probably still at least another couple of hours out. The
Has
eye
the
has
eye?
not hit
Yeah,
Beira.
no. The eye wall is currently hitting Beirut, but not the eye itself. No.
Will it hit Beira first or show me? What is show me? I'm not sure what show me is. Let me look. Cho Chamoyo. Yeah, it's obviously going to hit Beira first. Beira is right on the coast.
Then when will it touch Beira? Somebody asked.
Again, it's going to be several hours yet. We're talking 5 hours at least before the center of the eye or the closest approach to Beira will probably, it's still several hours out. It'll occur overnight, no doubt. We have reached 10 o'clock now in Mozambique.
And now I just got a new image. Fix this really quick here. Okay, yeah, I have. Oh, I don't know where it went there. Hold on here. I'm having some technical issues here, but I'm going to get the latest image shortly. All right, here's the latest image. I want to pull up my screen here, Devin.
Alrighty. I'll do that right now.
And this image is about 18 minutes old, I want to say. 18, maybe 20 minutes old.
All right. And you can clearly see still the break there in the northern eye wall, but it kind of seems more temporary than anything. And man, the dark red is really starting to come over Beira now. So conditions are definitely going to start going downhill very quickly there.
Mm-hmm. Certainly.
It's just an extremely dangerous situation with this storm. Not just with the winds approaching 200 kilometers per hour sustained, but you also have the storm surge, which will be 7 to 8 meters along the Pengway River, in the Pengway River mouth, and 4 to 5 meters along the associated coastlines near the storm. So it's obviously a very dangerous system. Then you also put on the rainfall totals, which are expected to be 500 millimeters in the coastline area and 750 millimeters in and around the Chimanimani region. And you can tell that it's going to be, it's no matter what way you slice it, the wind impact is going to be huge, the surge impact is going to be huge, the rain impact is going to be huge, and it's just not going to be a fun time with this cyclone.
Definitely here.
When
I'm
will
gonna
it hit?
I'm gonna leave here for about 5 minutes. I have to go do something really quick, but I'll hand it
Okay,
over to you and David.
no problem. Someone just asked when will it hit Harare. Let me look at that. Uh, Harare will in Zimbabwe will probably be on the very tail end of the system. I would not expect much impact at all from the storm at that point. It will really be there will basically be nothing left of the storm at that point. I would not expect Harare to get significant impacts from this. Maybe some heavy rain. I wouldn't expect much more than 200 millimeters, though. You're from Quelimane. You're wondering if it'll hit Quelimane. Well, uh, if you haven't really experienced many effects from Quelimane yet, you're probably not going to experience much more because the storm is moving west and away from Quelimane right now. So that's what's going on there. So Quelimane um, should be okay if you haven't received significant impacts yet. The storm is moving away from you. See if there's anything else I missed. I don't think I've missed anything else. Yeah, okay. I'm not seeing anything else right now, so I'm just I'm going. This is at the point where I'm going to tell you the latest information out of Mateo, France. 10-minute sustained winds, 165 kilometers per hour. 1-minute sustained winds up to 195 kilometers per hour, with gusts of around 230 kilometers per hour. Uh, it's still moving west at 11 kilometers per hour, so it's actually slowed down quite a bit from earlier when it was going around 14, 15 kilometers per hour. So that's what's going on right now. We do have a technical bulletin in, so this is where I can get some surge information. And it looks like that the surge information will be, they've downgraded it a little bit. They're expecting 6 meters of, at least 6 meters of surge in the Pengwei River, with 3.5 to 4 meters of surge along the coastline. So the surge projections have gone down a little bit for Mateo, France. 3.5, 4 meters of surge along the coastline, 6 meters of surge in the mouth of the Pengwei River.
Wow.
Um, but yeah, that's pretty much what's going on with the storm. Nothing else has really changed from the nothing's changed from the regular advisory as we just continue to watch the storm roll in. But yeah, the storm surge, thank goodness, the projections there have gone down. Originally, they were up near 5 meters. They've gone down to 3.5 to 4 meters along the coast, and they were up to 8 meters in the Pengwei River. That's gone down to 6. So definitely some good news there. When will it hit
Indeed.
Chimoyo? From what I understand, it is already raining in Chimoyo. The worst impacts there will probably be in around 12 hours, 12 to 18 hours at least. Yes, 4 to 6 meters of surge.
I don't know if we answered this already, but somebody said there's a large eye indicate a strong cyclone.
No. The size of the eye is relatively independent of how strong a cyclone is. It's really more dependent on how symmetrical the eye is, how warm the eye is, and how cold the cloud tops are around it. It really doesn't matter how large the eye is.
Will it be fatal? The storm has already killed 122 people already, and like I've been saying over and over, the death toll is sadly expected to rise here as it makes landfall. I'm afraid because infrastructure isn't the best in this region of the world. I'm afraid.
That is the unfortunate part. Obviously, uh, there are some countries that are just less fortunate than ours out there, and this is Mozambique is unfortunately one of them. And the government, at least from what I understand, uh, poorly do a census around the coastline region to the north and east of Beira, and there are some very rural fishing villages there that I imagine are not going to fare very wellly. Uh, that are not going to fare very well uh, during this storm. Will it be fatal if the eye touches Beira? I don't think it's going to matter whether if the eye touches Beira or not. Um, the eye touching Beira is not going to make it more or less fatal. Um, that's probably the best way to answer that question.
Flooding has been a big problem in the highly populated area just east of Hayare. I think that's how you say it. How many millimeters of rain might the region expect over the weekend?
Uh, let me go. I once again, I'll just refer to a graphic that was posted in here earlier, and it looks like in the Hayare region, me here, the rainfall does not appear to be exactly 100% significant here. Let me get another source just to make 100% sure that it's not going to be, that the rainfall is not going to be huge in the region. Um, but I don't think Hayare should expect too much rain from this. And
Another
yeah, indeed, Hayare is not exactly expected to experience a lot of rain. I would expect maybe around 100 millimeters, give or take. Obviously, that'll be a lot if there's been a lot of flooding already in the area, but I would expect somewhere in the region of 100 millimeters of rain. Um, how strong will it be when it reaches Mutare? It will likely be a moderate tropical storm at that point with hurricane force gusts. I would expect the winds would be somewhere in the range of 70 to 80 kilometers per hour sustained, with gusts being around 100 kilometers per hour. And I would expect anywhere in the range of 200 to 300 millimeters of rain in that area.
to
As
at
far as
least.
what is the duration of the wind and rain
Mhm.
after the eye makes landfall, I'm assuming that means. Um, and it's going to be a while to say the least. The rain, at least in at least in the rain landfall area, the rain is going to stick around for a while. No doubt about it. Let me take a look here. Let me try to find exactly what I'm looking for. There we go. And the rain is going to last in the region probably for the next. The rain is probably going to last from the region, at least from the cyclone, at least from Idai itself. The rain is probably going to last at least for the next day and a half. Um, that's probably the best I can say. Is it going to get worse before it gets better? Yes. 6 meters of surge at the delta at Beira will prevent draining of inland areas, and obviously that will only lead to more flooding. That's not good to hear at all. And yes, the eye is pretty much against the coast. It is getting very very close to Beira at this point. And it's at this point I would like to say that It's at this point I would like to say that there is a stream going on the U.S. channel, and they are covering the current severe weather outbreak going on in the United States. There are currently multiple tornado watches going on over there, so just wanted to say that. Late AM from Chamoyo. It is raining quite a bit heavy in the past half an hour. Can you please give a quick breakdown? The best projection that I can give you for Chamoyo is that the heavy rains will continue as the storm pushes inward, in towards the Chamoyo region. The winds will get worse. I would expect that once the storm arrives in Chamoyo, that the winds will be gusting up in the region of 100 to 120 kilometers per hour. Um, and the sustained winds will be somewhere in the range of 70, 75, 80 kilometers per hour. In total rainfall, I would expect for the total rainfall to be in the 200 to 300 millimeter range. And yeah, the conditions within the eye would be calm. Uh, no, the center of the eye needs to go over land, and that's what we would call a landfall. So where the storm is right now, no, would not be called a landfall at this point in time.
Yeah, the eye itself is not overland. The eye wall is, so it's not yet, not quite there yet.
Has has there been an electrical explosion in Beira? I have no idea if there has been. I haven't seen anyone else.
Well, with the reports of power outages, um, pretty much over the entire city, I would imagine there's probably some transformers that are uh, blowing up in the winds. Uh, let's see. It's what, yeah. So it's probably a transformer that's blowing up. That's to usually see when there's high winds or debris that get caught up in an electrical grid. That happens usually.
Yep.
I have a new image now of the
I
cyclone.
just
Oh,
saw
wait,
it.
hold on.
I just saw it, and now it's gone.
It went
So
away. Yeah. Okay, I got it now.
you
Okay.
got it.
Yeah, I'm not touching anything, so it should stay
There we
where it's
go.
at.
All right. I just brought it up. So this is the latest. And you can see that maybe that clearance that happened on the northern part of the eye, on the northern part of the eye wall, is starting to go. But you can almost see it as kind of like a little bit of a dry notch going into the center of the storm. Uh, Obviously, that's a structural defect, but definitely the storm's still looking quite a bit impressive, more impressive than it did at the start of the stream, to say the least. We're still going 195 kilometers per hour, 120 miles an hour, 1 minute sustained wind speed. So,
And
yep, go ahead.
this image, I just wanted to cut in. This image is just about 20 minutes old, just so you know.
20
Go
minutes.
ahead.
You got it. So it's about 20 minutes old. The conditions in Beira are definitely they're probably getting to be about the worst that they're going to be right now in Beira.
Yeah, you can see the dark reds there, pretty much right over the city there. Um, and whether or not they get the eye, I don't know, but for sure they're getting the eye wall, as you can see there. Um, so yeah, apparently Transformers have blown, yes. And then people are saying now that
I've already
Some
answered.
yeah,
I've already answered that. We're going with 120 miles an hour. Um,
people have cut the power
is
apparently.
catastrophic storm surge still expected for Beira? Yes, Mateo France's latest information that just came out not too long ago suggests storm surge of 3.5 to 4 meters along the regular coastline, and with storm surge of around 6 meters in the Pengwei River Delta. So that's the current storm surge projection out of Mateo, France. 3.5 to 4 meters along the coastline, 6 meters in the Pengwei River Delta.
And another thing to know is that even if the storm's starting to weaken now, that surge has to go somewhere. I'm afraid like as soon as the storm weakens or dies out, that storm's not the surge is gonna have to take a little while to go with it.
Yep.
So it doesn't. It's not by a flip of a switch. It's gone. It's a gradual change. I'm afraid.
And that's the unfortunate thing here. But hey, as the storm, once the storm passes, you're going to have the winds coming in the opposite direction. So that will at least help push some of the storm surge out, to say the least.
And again, the only thing really to weaken a storm is landfall. Pretty much, there's
Yep.
pretty much no sear. Sear's not an issue. Dry
It
air is not an
just
issue.
it just completed
Yeah.
an eye wall replacement cycle, so it's continuing to go on.
hmm
Um, so there you go.
And sea surface temperatures are 29 degrees Celsius, right where it's making landfall at. So it could quite easily maintain, like we've been saying, maintain intensity. Even if it's starting to weaken, it could possibly maintain intensity up until landfall. It's pretty much the only thing that can weaken it, I'm afraid, at this point.
And that's the unfortunate part. Um, see here, basically everyone just arguing about the intensity of the storm, which really it's just 5 or 10 miles an hour that we're talking about here. In the grand scheme of things, the winds are still going to be very destructive with this storm, whether if it's 110 or 120 miles an hour. The winds are going to be very destructive with this. And again, the very heavy rainfall, along with the storm surge, is likely going to be the biggest cause of destruction with this storm. Obviously, 6 meters is a lot. We're talking that's almost two stories high in building terms. Like that'll be able, if there was a building that was right on the coast, the storm surge would come in and it would completely topple over the two-story building. It would be above the two-story building, the two-floor building. So that's how high of a storm surge we're talking about in the Pengwei River Delta. So, and the winds tunneling up the river, I can't imagine that's a helpful thing either. One thing that will help do, however, is that will help destroy the structure of the storm because uh, storms like this they don't like mountainous regions, and that will definitely disturb the structure of the storm and will cause it to weaken faster as it comes ashore. Oh, half hour. But anyways, let me see if we got a new image here. Yeah, we do have a new image here. or rather, the image that you showed us earlier, but I'm just getting to it right now. Hooray!
Well, mine doesn't have Dvorak, but yours does. So
Yeah, well, I'm trying not to use the Dvorak image because, I like the look of it, but it's not very easy for the public to interpret what it looks like. So,
yeah, I'll let you know when a new image from me comes out, maybe
yep.
in the next 5 minutes or so. But go ahead.
Someone just said, oh, yeah, someone just said if only there were African hurricane hunters. You know what? If somebody started a Patreon for African hurricane hunters, that's something I would probably fund. Um, honestly, we
Because
need we need
yeah,
more airplanes in storms across the world, and if Mozambique's going to be the country to fund it, I'll be more than happy to back it.
hmm yeah, that pretty much is the most reliable way to measure storms besides wind readings off land. Mm, I'm not really seeing anything new in the questions. Again, if you have any new information or information you need to share
Yep.
regarding the cyclone,
This
please
is
let us know. Just make sure you're safe when you send it.
this has been a very productive discussion, and I'm very glad that everyone's been able to come in here with the comments, and I feel like I've been able to answer pretty much everyone's questions to the best of my ability. Um, Yeah, and someone just asked if this is going to be a historic hit. And yeah, you got to consider that this storm is going to cause damage, a lot of damage. So, yeah, this is going to be a pretty historic landfall here. This area of the coastline does not experience borderline Category 3, Category 4 storms like this very often. The only one that comes to my mind is Leon, and obviously I don't want to draw comparisons to from that storm to this one, but that's definitely the storm that comes to mind. Um, there's a lot of differences between this storm and Leon. Mainly, this storm had a precursor that caused a ton of deaths up in Malawi, and obviously Leon originated all the way over out by Australia. So two very different storms here, but they end up impacting a similar area of coastline at a similar intensity. All right,
Any
I'm
news on the
scared.
tear?
Any news for Mutare? Not that I know of. As far as I understand, most of the people that are in Mutare are saying that there is no rain over there right now, and very little wind. But obviously, that is going to pick up as the storm moves inland. I would imagine you would get very similar to effects the that are going to be received in Chimoyo. You guys are going to be receiving pretty much a similar amount of wind, 70 to 80 kilometers per hour sustained, gusts 100 kilometers per hour, maybe up to 120 um, in some areas. Rainfall, 200 millimeters. Uh, Local amounts getting up to 300 millimeters. Some extreme, maybe up to 400, but I doubt 400. Uh, 300 will probably be the top out in Mutari and Chimoyo, but a very similar experience will be seen between the two areas. Yep,
Hmm.
Force 13 US has gone live. So if you want to go over there and check out their coverage of the US tornado outbreak that's currently going on, they also have coverage of that right now.
All right.
So yeah, this storm is one of the things that you can notice here on the latest satellite frames that it is it kind of seems like the CDO kind of just got smaller as the storm decided to strengthen a little bit before landfall. At the start of the stream, it was questionable. Is it even a Category 3? Probably in the Category 2 range. I kept it at Cat 3 because I figured that's probably a safe bet. And yeah, it's definitely strengthened past that, and it's at least got 195 kilometer per hour sustained winds as it continues to move closer and closer to its eventual landfall location here in Beira.
All right. I have the latest image now. Oh, okay. It went away again. I'll get it back. Hold on. All right. I have it back now. I have the latest image of Cyclone
Yep,
Idai, and it looks
I
like.
will put it up. Cyclone Idai.
Hmm.
There we go. And you're on.
Yeah, it looks like Beira might get into the eye here. Looks like it's taking a tiny jog to the west, or it could be just a wobble. I'm not sure. But then you can also see that burst of convection to its north mid center. Looks like it's trying to maintain at least its intensity up until landfall by the looks of it. But Beira, yeah, you're pretty much getting the worst of it right now, I would say. Or if not, you're about to get the worst of it. Um, you can see
Yep.
the eye itself looks to be trying to come onto land here soon, but not yet a landfall, I would say. Definitely not yet a
Yep,
landfall, but the eye itself
definitely. We're
trying to.
still we're still a good few hours away from landfall at least. I do notice that your images do show the eye further offshore than my images, which I find to be very interesting. So I don't know
Mm,
if there's like two different
oh,
drawn coastlines going on there. So I don't know what there's obviously a difference there because your coastline's drawn differently than mine.
no.
But it is safe to say, and again, that's what like 20 some minutes out of date, roughly 20 minutes.
It's from 3:15, so about 24 minutes old.
Okay, so we're talking 20-25 minutes old. So it just continues to creep closer and closer to the shore.
Hmm. Uh, but yeah, the eye itself definitely seems to be, well, the corner of the eye, rather, I should say, rephrase that. The corner of the eye seems to be either on land or about to be on land currently. The eye wall, of course, is also on land, but not yet a landfall. Again, with the landfall, you have to have the center of the eye make landfall, make hit the land. You have to have the middle of the eye make hit the land to be able to be called a landfall officially. Um, that's how it is with most agencies, except the Pegasa. I don't know why, but except for Pegasa. But with this agency, yeah, it has to have the center of the eye make full contact with the land to be able to call it a landfall. But as of now, I cannot unofficially or officially confirm that. Say that it's made landfall. Go ahead,
Someone,
Devin.
yep, someone just asked if this storm was going to affect places further south, as such as Swaziland. Swaziland, no. Swaziland is perfectly in the clear for this. I would not worry about Swaziland at all. There's also Durban, which I will now look up and see what the impacts will be there. And that's down in South Africa. So no, Durban will be perfectly okay, and will receive. Uh, they might get some rip currents, but they should be perfectly fine from this. Let's see here. Scrolling through other comments. Beira is on red alert. Someone just asks, "Will Beira have a tsunami?" No, it would not. It would not be necessarily considered a tsunami. It would not necessarily be considered a tsunami, but it can definitely be treated as such. With storm surge, as we said, that could be up to 6 meters in the Pengwei River Delta. So, I mean, again, that's a wall of water, 2 stories high. You got your ground floor, you got a floor above that, and this wall of water, if the house was placed directly on the coast, this wall of water would just completely swallow the house whole. When we're talking about 6 meters of storm surge, so although it's not technically called a tsunami, it can definitely be treated as such.
Especially with the magnitude of how high the storm surge is going to be. Not counting the waves, I believe they're forecasting 4 to 5 meter surge. I believe last I checked,
Yep,
unless they
three.
updated it
It's
along
three.
the
It's
coast.
3.5 to 4 meters along the regular
Mhm.
coastline, up to 6 meters in the Pengwei River Delta.
All right, so that's good. It's gone down a tad bit,
It,
but nonetheless, still bad.
yes, absolutely. And again, the we're talking. You got on top of that, you're gonna have the inland flooding from this storm and the mudslides from this storm, which will be devastating to any rural areas. We're talking, 500 millimeters of rain in and around the landfall area, which will be huge. From an area that already got torrential rainfall from the precursor to this system, we're talking 500 millimeters of rain. As it moves inland and goes over the mountains, over in the Chimanimani area in Junction Gate, upwelling from the mountains is going to cause even more torrential rains. And we're going to be in the 750 millimeter range at that point. So,
Mm.
it, yeah, it's going to be very significant to say the least. Has it reached Category 4 equivalent? No, but the storm is definitely close. And I mean, you take a look at it, and the storm is definitely close to Category 4 equivalent. It's just not quite there. We're going with an intensity of 1 minute sustained winds of 195 kilometers per hour. New images just came in for me, and we'll put them up. And you can see again the north of the northern half of the storm. The convection is diminishing, which means, which is really a good thumbs up. We did not want this storm to strengthen, and hopefully that convection stays diminished as this thing continues to inch closer and closer to the shoreline. Uh, the eye of the storm is definitely moving ashore at this point. The center of the eye is still well offshore, but the eye is definitely moving closer and closer to the shore at this point.
Yeah.
See here.
Just,
Someone
yeah.
asked, if it is not a tsunami, why is it dangerous? Well, it's just a difference in the way that the water rises. A tsunami is very quick after an earthquake. Meanwhile, a storm surge is more slow. It's a gradual rise, and it takes forever for the water to go back out as well. So the area can stay flooded for a very long time after a storm surge, and that's the really concerning thing there.
Mhm. Not to mention with the waves, it could be even worse. the wind-driven waves.
What will be the precipitation in Mandonera, Zimbabwe? All right. I spell that. Okay. Let's see where that is. That's pretty much right in between Mutare and Harare. In Mandonera, in Marondera, rather. Let me clear myself up. In Marondera, Zimbabwe, you're likely to receive somewhere in the range of 100 to 150 millimeters of rain there. Uh, if you get caught in a band, that might bump it up to 200 millimeters. But I would expect 100 to 150 millimeters at that point. When is Idai expected to enter Zimbabwe? It's likely going to be at least another 12 hours before effects start coming into Zimbabwe and conditions start to deteriorate. As far as the center of the storm, that probably won't enter Zimbabwe for another 24 hours.
Yeah, this thing's moving at a fairly slow pace. I believe. I think it's 10 kilometers an hour. Last I heard. Something around about there. So
Yep.
yeah.
So at this point in time, I really haven't done this in a long time, so I should really uh, repeat this. And this is right out of the meteorological agency in Mozambique, and this is that the system continues to move west towards the province of Sofala and will make landfall between the districts of Dondo and Beira in due time, to say the least. That's way out of date. Um, this system is already influencing the weather in Zambasia, Sofala, Manica, Tete, and Inhamban with very strong winds in excess of 200 kilometers per hour. We've already seen 230 kilometer per hour gusts, according to Meteo France, and very strong rains, which we're obviously going to be seeing more than 150 millimeters of rain. We could very easily see up to 500 millimeters of rain. They also forecast the continuation of moderate to strong rains, accompanied by severe thunderstorms and gusty winds in the provinces of Niassa, Cabo Delgado, and Tete as well. Do you think the storm will be able to destroy good infrastructure buildings in Chimoio? I don't think that the storm would be able to destroy it. Uh, I think your biggest concern there is probably going to be mudslides. Would be your biggest concern would be the heavy rain and the mudslides in the area.
Mm.
Um, that's not to say that you guys won't be seeing strong winds. You could definitely be seeing hurricane force gusts, so some of the more poorly designed houses will likely be taking damage from this storm. However, the rain will definitely be the biggest threat.
Breaking news: JTWC have just updated their warning, and they now say that it's at 95 knots compared to 100 knots earlier.
Fantastic. So the storm improves on satellite, and they say it weakened. That's nothing new.
And let's see here. 95 knots and kilometers per hour would be about 175
Yep.
kilometers an hour.
Yep. Well, that's JTWC for you.
The cone hasn't updated, but the text they updated.
Yep. yes, there is definitely structural damage. I know that they cut the power before the storm even got there in an attempt to save all some of the infrastructure there. Um,
Oh, now the
but
cone just updated.
now the cone just updated. Okay.
I have it on my screen.
Yep,
And they
I
have
was
it going just north of the
of Beira.
yeah. Maybe, I don't know why I couldn't say
Yep.
it.
That's really not surprising to say the least. My cone has not updated. So I'm going to pull up your screen. Hopefully, you still have that cone up.
I do.
Awesome. There we go. And boom. So there you can see the slight northern jog that it's taken. And yeah, it is. That's more expected now. The center of the storm is now more expected to go directly over Dondo with that track rather than Beira. And that is also, and that with that track being significantly more north, that's expected to go. Now the center of the storm there, at least in the cone, is pretty much expected to go directly over Chimoyo at that point. But it's also interesting to say JTWC is saying that Beira right now is starting to experience hurricane force conditions. And obviously the conditions are going to continue to deteriorate as the night goes on over there. It has not officially made landfall yet. No. So that's what's going on there. Anyways, going back, I'll see if I have a new image here up on RAM. I should, and I don't. So this is the latest image that I have here, and you can see here that the eye, at least on satellite here, is coming ashore. And you got to remember that this image is about 50 minutes out of date. So landfall probably will officially happen within the next hour. Taking a look at this image, but it is. I should probably center that. It is very very close to say the least, as it's just slowly creeping ashore. I think we've lost it. Anyways, see if there's any other questions here. Prediction of rainfall for Chimoyo. Chimoyo will likely be receiving rainfall of anywhere in between 200 to 300 millimeters of rain. If you guys get caught in a band, that might go up to 400 millimeters, but most likely 200 to 300 millimeters of rain. Um, I've already said, guys from the UK, no. The cyclone's not made landfall, though it's likely to do so in the next hour. I'm sure an official landfall designation will be given uh, from Mateo, France, is soon enough. Yes, and that's where someone is. it is making landfall, and unfortunately, it's making landfall in a very populated area. Obviously, and of course, along that coastline, just to the north and east of Beira, there, along that entire coastline, it's a not very well populated coastline, which means that it's a very rural area, and it's just not infrastructure is not good at all there, and a 4 meter surge will be completely devastating to that community, to all those fishing villages that are to the north and east there in Beira. Yep.
All right. I was just I was just doing something really quick, but I came back now. We got a new image now. It's about
Yep.
15 minutes old,
Sweet.
and
Let's see it.
yeah,
And yeah. Um yeah, I really think that your coastline on your image is drawn much further back than mine. But yeah,
yeah,
there you
that's
go.
what I'm thinking too.
So man, Beira is just getting really close to that eye now.
Yeah, it looks like
Uh,
it might be trying to taking a westward jog now, or
um,
wobble.
yep. At least in its current path, it looks like Dondo is going to get is going to get a center passage. Like they might be getting directly in the center, um, to say the least. If that continues
Mm.
on its northwesterly path, Beira will definitely be getting that eye as well. But Dondo will likely be getting the center of the storm. Um,
And
yep,
oh, I was just gonna say, and also mention note that the north of the eye, northern quadrant, there's some new blowups of convection here, so it looks like it's
yep,
trying to, it's really trying to maintain and strength here. Looks like before landfall, I'm afraid. And you can see the outer edge of that eye now over land there. My coastline seems to be farther away than Devon's, so it might be nearing landfall now. It might be about an hour or so from landfall.
I,
So keep that in mind as well.
it's likely going to make landfall in the next hour. If we don't see it
Yeah.
on our satellite, just remember that our satellites are out of date, and would not be surprising to me if Mateo France calls a landfall in the next hour or very, very, very early, like within the first 10 minutes of the hour after that. It's not long before the system officially comes ashore.
And somebody's wanting to know what to expect in Tonga.
Yeah,
Well,
well, basically everything that we've talked about with Beira. Um the exact same conditions. Uh I talked about the surge, I talked about the wind, I talked about the rain. Dondo's more inland. I don't know if it's directly on a river or not. I don't think it is. No, Dondo doesn't look like it's directly on the river there. So I don't know if they'll necessarily have to worry about the 6 meter storm surge coming into the Pengwei River there. But definitely they will have to worry about the potentially catastrophic winds of over 200 kilometers per hour and the rainfall that will be exceeding 500 millimeters.
hmm and looking at the satellite imagery, yeah, Dondo might get into the eye here if it's really taking that westward jog or if it's just like a wobble to the west. So please be safe over in Dondo, Barra, and then the little villages north of it. As the eye gets even closer towards the following cities and parts. Just a truly devastating event as we take into the next hour here in a few minutes shortly. Um, it's uh, just make sure you stay where you are. Don't go driving around. Don't go to another
Yep.
city. It's way too late for that at this point in time. Way too late. You're gonna risk your own life, and by doing that, so that's not an option at this point in time. Just stay where you are. Hopefully, you're far away from the storm surge to where you won't get affected by it. or if you do get hit by the storm surge, hopefully you have a second floor or some higher place to go up to just in case. Make sure you have blankets, pillows, everything like that you have to protect you from the debris that may go flying, like a window or a roof flying or breaking. Make sure you have that uh, done. Other than that, all I get to say is just hope for the best. Really, at this point, it's too late to really do anything. Just hunker down where you are to the best of your ability. Stay safe, and I will just wish everybody the best of luck here. Yeah, that's really
Yep.
um, uh, truly a bad event. And
Anyways,
again, go ahead.
yep. Anyways, just want to explain to the viewers what's going to be happening in the next few minutes. I'm going to have to leave the stream as I have a previous commitment, unfortunately. Um, David will be taking over the stream after me, and I'm going to be leaving here at the top of the hour. So there will be a quick pause in the live stream as we switch who is commanding the live stream, and we will be back live after a momentary hiatus. So just wanted to make all viewers aware of what's going on. Um, so just so everyone's aware, that switch will be happening in the next minute or so. So if there's any questions before that switch happens, I'll be more than happy to take them. Let me see what I got. Let me see here. Worst conditions will be over in about 24 hours. Is that the cyclone already hit Beira? Now it's hitting Beira right now. Someone asked about Chimoio, and I've been saying that, yeah, the winds are going to be a factor there. 70 to 80 kilometers per hour sustained, 100 to 120 kilometer per hour gusts, with rainfall in the region of 200 to 300 millimeters of rain. Landslides are going to be a significant factor in the damage there. So that's what's going to be happening in Chimoio. Obviously, less impacts than what's going to be happening here on the coast, but definitely some still significant inland flooding and mudslide concerns for honestly both Chimoio along with Mutare in Zimbabwe. Those two towns aren't too far apart, so and they're going to be receiving pretty similar impacts here. But anyways, that will be it from me on the stream. We will be coming back with David on the stream momentarily. Thank you all for tuning in.
Right, my name is David, and I'm hosting the show till Nathan comes on. And Isaac, you've got me?
Hello. Yeah.
Okay, and on the screen is the latest Joint Typhoon Warning Center's track chart on the system, and between Isaac and me, we'll bring the latest information.
Certainly.
And it's mainly the wind factor, rain, and storm surge.
Yeah, their eyes certainly getting closer to the Baya here. Again, if any of you guys have any questions, information coming out of Beira of any kind, please let us know safely. Don't go out in the middle of the storm to get cell service, don't do that. Stay where you are, and if you're able to give us any information or info, that would be greatly appreciated. Go ahead, Dave.
And for our viewers, it's always good to be here, and this is my first live stream on the main channel. Special thanks goes out to Devon for making his time available and providing a comprehensive look, along with you, Isaac, re the pending landfall of this very severe cyclone. And my thoughts are with the people that will suffer. Unfortunately, as Nathan has also said, life has been lost, and the humanitarian organisations are ready to go into the area. And I did say offline that the border, I think it must be the southern border, was closed about 24 hours ago, and the rescue organisations are ready to respond. And Terry, we have the US channel covering the local scene. Our priority on the main channel is the Cyclone Idai, and considering that I operate the AU channel, it is going to be a very busy time with other systems. And
Idai.
Isaac, have you got any additional information? I'm just keeping an eye on the social media.
Not at this point. All I know is that the outer part of the eye now seems to be making a sore now. Beira and Dondo seem to be probably in the worst of the eye wall right now as Cyclone Idai moves in. So people in Beira are probably all without power, or nearly all without power at this point. The storm truly being felt over there. It looks like the eye may hit the city of Beira. I haven't see on the loop here. Beira is about right there, I want to say. So it may be getting hit by the eye here in an hour or two. It depends how fast the storm decides to make a landfall or not. But yeah, I haven't received too much information. Go ahead, David.
Just looking at the hashtag on the Twitter platform for the cyclone, and it's the economic effect is going to be astronomical. We know that, what is it, 120 lives have been lost.
122, last I heard.
122. And the loss of crops, infrastructure, and we not going to say landfall yet. In your opinion, how, a couple more hours or an hour?
I would say within an hour or two.
Yep.
If it goes the same rate it's going currently.
So I'll be here filling in for Nathan. He will take over from me within the next hour, hour and a half. So it's just a matter of rating Now, Joint Typhoon Warning Centre. Just going to see what they're actually saying.
They said 95 knots, and that the Idai will move just to the north of Beira.
Have they indicated if it's slowed?
Not to my knowledge, I didn't look much at the
Right, well,
report.
They have it 19.7 degrees south, 35.5 degrees east, and as Isaac said, 95 knots, gusting 115. Now, the Joint Typhoon Warning Centre updates 6 hourly. And 303 nautical miles west-northwest of Europa Island, tracking west-northwest at 8 knots over the last 6 hours. And animated enhanced infrared satellite imagery and a 91 gigahertz microwave image indicates slight weakening of the eye wall, and but I should say eye wall convection, but continues to depict a 40 nautical mile round eye. So the diameter of the eye, 40 nautical miles. So that eye, Isaac, really hasn't reduced in size, has it?
Not really. In fact, it may have increased actually. Looking at microwave here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it on the screen.
Yeah. It went under an eyewall placement cycle pretty much right when it's about to make landfall here. A lot of people are asking when it's going to make landfall. In Beira, I would say, maybe 2 hours from now, 2 3 hours. It depends whether or not it decides to wobble back towards the west or the north at this point. But I would say 2 to 3 hours, and it also depends. It just depends on if it decides to wobble. Really, I'm not really as good as estimating time as Devin is, so I could be extremely wrong on that estimate. But I would say about that. Go ahead, Devin.
I
David.
was just wondering whether there has been a wobble slightly to the west-southwest.
Yeah, I was noticing that too.
Did you notice it? That's good, because I was it actually caught my eye, and the environmental analysis indicates moderately favourable conditions with conducive sea surface temperatures, 27-28 Celsius, and a low 10 to 15 knots vertical wind shear despite weakening poleward outflow to the southeast. The cyclone has begun to track west-northwest along the northeast periphery of the subtropical ridge, and numerical model guidance remains in tight agreement through the next 12 hours, but diverges slightly as the system moves overland after 6 hours. There is high confidence in the centre's forecast track, and after making landfall, the cyclone is expected to weaken rapidly due to increasing frictional effects and, again, dry air entrainment, dissipating within 48 hours, and the wave height has dropped. It's down to 27 feet. I think it was 34 feet yesterday, so that's a positive that it's actually reduced. And
That's out to sea.
sorry, hey, Isaac,
That's that's out to sea. On the coast, they're forecasting 3.5 to 4 meter surge with a 6 meter surge around the Zwanway. I think it's called River.
and Devon's, and that's an earlier comment that low, the tide was now on the way out, Now, I think it takes 6 hours for the tide to go out before it turns. So, would I be right to say that the storm surge will take place on the outgoing tide? And at this time of year, the tides are a lot lower. However, someone with local knowledge over there should be able to clarify that for us.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know my tides are really
Oh,
geography over in the
yes.
Central region because of just the kind of rareness of this. The last storm we had that kind of was in this tunnel region was Leon Eileen, and believe if I'm not mistaken, that was in the early 2000s if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong on that.
And Princess Cool in the chat, yes, it is still dangerous. Uh, whilst conditions are calmer in the eye, it's the eye on the land. Then, so you actually uh, the uh,
The eye
the
wall.
calmest,
It's
yeah, the eye wall. It's the calmest. Then it starts to uh, become more severe,
yeah.
but it's still a dangerous
Yeah.
system.
Uh, even if it does weaken a tad at landfall or a little bit before landfall here now, um, it's still going to push all this water, as you can see on the Dvorak imagery here. It pushes all that water into Vieira and I believe the surrounding delta next to it too. So that's just going to do nothing but funnel the water pretty much straight into that area, which is not something Beira needs. The city of Beira needs, and I'm afraid that's likely to happen here unless the storm uh, moves maybe a tad more north. But right now it looks like it's pretty much having a westward jog here. Um, so yeah.
And how often does the imagery update, Isaac? And just on the VOAC, the Joint Typhoon Warning Centre has it from T4.5 for 77 knots to T5.5, 102 knots.
Well, I would say, in my opinion, not officially, in my opinion, it maybe became a high end category three, but now it's starting to kind of weaken a tad bit here. Going off of this, like you're saying about the imagery, right? The imagery updates every 15 minutes, but on RAM you get imagery who maybe about the image is about maybe imagery rather is about 40, 50 minutes old after it's all processed through their computers, I would imagine, and all that. It's about 40 to 50 minutes old, depending. So this imagery you see right here is about probably 50 up to maybe an hour old. So like, the eye wall could be even closer than we see on this imagery. Would I rather?
Isaac, you aren't able to bring up any models, are you?
I can, but it's gonna be really
Right,
laggy
no,
on my
well,
thing.
focus on the track. So, with the cyclone now making, I think I'm going to say making landfall, the eye is now over land, only in part. Sue,
Not yet overland.
yep.
I mean,
Question,
no,
sorry.
yeah. Go ahead.
Sue asks in the chat about rescue teams. Sue, um, I have been communicating with a media person who crossed into the country from the south. I believe the IPSS. I think it's a South African rescue group. They're actually, I think, to the south of Beira. I was thinking of the place called or the first letter is M. So rescue teams from South Africa are in the area, and I'm hoping in future updates to provide video reports from one of the rescue teams. I think a media person is actually um, with them. And
Hmm.
to our viewers, we are simulcasting onto Facebook, and we also have the US channel live streaming the severe weather currently impacting parts of the state or states.
Indeed. Let me get this fixed up here. Trying to evenly save something. Alright. Here's satellite imagery on the right there. You can see the cyclone, Cyclone Idai. You can see the Beira, and you can see there's another place. I forgot the name of it, but there's another place over here. There on the eye wall here. You can see the eye itself starting to make its approach overland here. I would say landfall same with it, probably within the hour. I would say. I wouldn't say it's quite at landfall yet, but then again, the coastline on this map is a tad bit further to the west than it is on RAM, and I'm gonna trust RAM and say that it's the correct distance away. Um, so this storm may be making landfall within the hour here. I would say personally, Dave. Uh, Go ahead.
Right. So local time over in Beira would be what, Isaac? Sorry, I'm just.
Let me see here. I think it's 11 p.m. over there. I want to say. I'm gonna go ahead and check on that just so we know. I'll get back to you on that shortly. Oh, that's an old track. Okay, there's the updated one there. Apologies, I had the old track on the screen. Apologies, you'll be seeing this is the recent one now, coming up soon. Let's see.
Right. Sorry, I'm just a bit distracted. I'm simulcasting onto the Facebook page, and looks like I have a technical issue my end for the Facebook stream, but uh,
It's
Princess,
11:19
go on.
p.m. over there. It's 11:19 over there in Mozambique. Go ahead.
Princess Cool uh, Beer is. Would I be right to say Isaac now experiencing the eye wall?
Definitely, the Beirut's definitely experienced the probably the worst of the storm actually right as we speak here. I don't know if there's any power at all. I last I heard, pretty much nearly all of Beirut was without power. There may be some generators going on still, but other than that, I would say power itself was cut off. Um, the storm definitely seems to be approaching landfall here. Like I've been saying, it's likely going to make landfall here within the hour, or the hour after that if it starts slowing down. Um, Again, if we're in the eye, the telltale signs that you're in the eye is if you see a sudden decrease in the winds. For like if you get like say you get 100 mile an hour winds, and all of a sudden you get like 5 mile an hour winds in a span of about 5 minutes. That's usually a telltale sign that you're in the eye of the storm. And it depends whether or not going to be in the eye for 5 minutes, 30 minutes. It depends where you are exactly in the eye. Um, but after that, it'll come back again shortly, probably just as bad as it was before. And after that, it'll be eventually over. Go ahead, David.
Thanks, Isaac. Unfortunately, I've had to. I've got a technical issue with the Facebook stream, so that has now unfortunately stopped, and we'll continue to bring the latest information when we can.
Well, I don't know why it isn't that there. Uh, so definitely yes. Be oh, there's an advertisement here. Excuse me, let me get out of that. I don't know what was going on there. David, are you able to screen share?
Yes, I'm actually screen sharing you now, but I
No, no,
can,
not me.
yeah,
You.
I can
Yeah.
switch over. Just give me a minute. I'll see what I
Mm-hmm.
can bring up.
Because I'm having some technical
That's
difficulties
all
on my
right.
end here.
I'll just right. Now on the screen is the life of the cyclone up to earlier today, Friday. So that'll give Isaac the opportunity to uh, look for other imagery.
Thank you.
And Isaac, there's no doubt that with the strong winds, Beulah would now be without electricity. And Matthew Jones, we know. We know what it's like not having power. I had 4 days without power due to a ex-tropical cyclone.
Okay, I got
So,
it back now.
and I did ask a question earlier in the chat, Isaac, uh, whether there's any radio stations broadcasting in the
I have
area. So that's something that I haven't cited.
I have my screen share back up if you want to pull it up. Um, yeah, but you can see that loop there.
All
Storm
right,
getting even
just give me a
closer to
minute.
Beira. Beira.
I'll just
This is why I don't
okay.
like
It's on the
using the
screen
site.
now.
All right, you can see here's the eye. Obviously, it looks like it's doing pretty much nearly a yeah. I would say probably maybe a due westward track, maybe slightly north of west, but not by much. Heading right for Beira, it looks like it seems. If not, it's heading right for these cities to the north of Beira, right where my cursor's at. I can't for the life of me say that name correctly, but it's also heading for that if it does not head for
Yes.
Beira. Go ahead, David.
I won't. I won't attempt to pronounce some of these locations. Devon did a good job, and but when it comes to pronunciations of various well cities, uh, it can be very tricky. I know Nathan. Uh, his views when it comes to me attempting to pronounce, but no. And it's been a team effort, and unfortunately, Nathan has had a prior commitment, and I'm I should say I'm actually enjoying it, and the
What?
coverage will continue.
Yeah.
Then,
Um.
when I finish
Yeah.
this live event, I focus on the other systems, and and I could even be under a possible cyclone threat. But Isaac, I'm taking another plane trip in a week. I'm heading down to the state of Victoria. So, and there
But
could be a
anyways.
cyclone to my north. Anyway,
Yeah.
Mateo, France. I I don't know whether they have actually updated.
I think they updated like 2 hours ago. I want to say, but I don't think they have afterwards. Again, storm surge is about they're forecasting 4.5 meter to 5 meter storm surge along the coast, and they're also forecasting 6 meter storm surge along the river of Zen. I can't even say it.
Zimbabwe.
Zen something. Yeah, Zimbabwe. They're forecasting 6 meters of storm surge over there. And again, all I could say is anybody who may be listening to us from the island, from the not the island, the country, from Beira, from the city of Beira, um, just hunker down, um, stay where you are. The thing is, it's gonna pass over you. You just gotta wait for it. It's gonna take a few hours, but you just gotta wait for it to pass over. It's gonna be over soon. It's just you gotta wait for it. It's moving pretty slow. Last I saw, it was moving about 10 kilometers an hour, which is about I think 9 miles an hour. So a fairly slow pace in terms of cyclones. I would say. Definitely a long night for Beira and surrounding cities and around the vicinity of this storm. I don't know if you have anything else to add, David, at this point. Oh, I guess we lost David.
Yes, apology
Um,
for that. I
oh,
just
there you go.
had somebody come to the front door, so an apology for that. And I wasn't. I'm just seeing if there's any new information.
And as he's doing that, anybody who in the comments uh, can tell us any new information or give us any new information or accounts of what's going on if you guys still have power reception over there and can safely give us a report of what's going on in your area. Please let us know. We'd like to receive that information so we can share with everybody else so they know what's currently going on uh, in the city of Beira and the surrounding regions here over the next few minutes as the cyclone starts to make its landfall.
I'm just searching for information.
Mm. I'm gonna go ahead and look at the microwave here really quick. As you can see with the microwave on my screen, you can see it went out under an eyewall placement cycle, pretty much right before landfall here, um, and that's a really bad thing. Um, People have been saying, I've seen in the chat, people have been saying that the eye is shrinking. I do not believe the eye is shrinking, at least in this present time. It may be shrinking in a tad, actually, looking at the latest frames. It might be shrinking, decrease. It might be
Shrinking.
shrinking. Yeah,
Shrinking.
shrinking.
uh,
Shrinking. Shrink. Shrinking. Yeah. But it might be doing that. I can't really tell looking at this satellite enhancement here. David, got any new information to share?
Uh, Not at this point. I'm still searching, and it's
Hmm.
it's a very
Uh,
worrying time, concerning time, especially for those people that don't know what's going on. The telecommunications, like mobile telephones, they could be down, and if there's no information being generated by radio stations, and it's just there
hmm.
would be a lot of worried people.
uh,
Any additional uh, comments in the chat?
yeah, if anybody has any information to pass along in the chat, go ahead and do so. As we go over the next few minutes here. If you have any questions, please also ask in the chat. If you have any questions, we could answer them to the best of our ability at this time.
So I now have my treater platform operational on another computer, and I think we would be right to say, going by the satellite imagery, that the cyclone is now making landfall.
Let me go to RAM actually really quick here to give a better look at it because their coastline seems to be accurate here in determining whether or not it's making landfall. I would say it's really, really close actually right now. I'm not going to deny that. Um, oh, it's really close. Really, really close. I would say within maybe about 30 minutes or so, it'll probably make landfall shortly here, David, soon. At least according to RAM. It could be making landfall as we speak, but who knows?
And landfall, our position is when the eye is, what, halfway over the
When the
land?
center of the eye is, yeah, when the center of the eye is over land, unless Pegasa is pretty much the only agency that doesn't say that for landfall. But to make it official landfall, the middle of the eye has to be, or center of the eye has to be over land to be counted as a landfall.
And it's being reported by Africa Zine, ZINE.com, that the rainfall factor could be, what, 150 millimeters? Is that what we're saying, or higher?
I am not 100% sure on that. I do not have the same resources that Devin has, so I can't answer that, I'm afraid.
All right. The report, in part, accompanied by very heavy rains, more than 150 millimeters in 24 hours of severe thunderstorms. INAM also foresees the continuation of moderate to strong rains, 30 to 50 millimeters 24-hour period, accompanied by severe thunderstorms, gusty winds north of the provinces. And I'm going to give it a go, Nyasa and Gabo Degado.
What are you saying?
The rainfall 30 to 50 millimeters 24 hours. This is in coming days, and accompanied by severe thunderstorms, gusty winds north of the provinces of Nyasa and Gabo to Gado, with a couple of
Uh,
provinces.
According to one of our viewers, the eye has passed. I'm gonna go ahead and update this and see if the eye has actually made landfall. If they're just saying that. It looks really, really close actually. Maybe just on the cusp of making landfall here as we speak. I would still not say it's an official land. Well, not official. Obviously, it's not official just yet. But unofficially wise, I would say still a few more minutes away from making a landfall personally. But definitely, um, Beira may be starting to get the calm of it, or getting a calm shortly soon, within the next 30 minutes, or I suppose.
And Nathan, he could be back, or he could be with us when the eye is about halfway over the coast. But as you said, Isaac, it is drawing closer to the city of Bewa.
Mm-hmm.
But can
Beira.
we say that it's on a westerly track?
I would say so. It's been looking at if you look at the satellite imagery, it looks like it's pretty much heading on a generally westward track here. I see. Maybe going just a tad slightly north of west, but I would say just barely at most. Um, People are saying that they're in the eye in the chat. If you're in the eye, you're gonna get calm for a few minutes here, maybe about 30 minutes or so at most here. 30 minutes, maybe up to an hour, depends where you are exactly in the eye. You could get the calm for about 5 minutes. You could get it for 30 minutes. It just depends where exactly you are in the eye. But if you're in the eye, you're not out of the danger yet. Um, you'll get a sudden rise in winds in a few minutes afterwards, and you don't want to be outside when it happens, of course. So please keep that in mind as the eye starts passing over some of these cities here shortly. But I would say it's very close to landfall, but I wouldn't say unofficially, in my opinion, I wouldn't say it's at landfall just quite yet. Go ahead, David.
Right, now I'm just citing some uh, pictures of Beera. The palm trees are down. Uh, Actually, they're the ones that we've actually shown. So, unfortunately, there's not much news coming out on Twitter. And recapping 100, Isaac, 122 lives have been
Mm-hmm.
lost, but it's going to be thousands and thousands of people that have been displaced due
I
to
would say,
this
yeah. I
very
think it was
severe
about
cyclone.
I think it was about I don't know the exact total, but I believe a few thousand at least evacuated. Last I heard from the cyclone before it made landfall. So hopefully, a lot of people left, and there's not a lot of people in the city. Um, but seeing how there's been some tweets from the city. There's probably still some people in there. I'm afraid, and you guys are just gonna have to write it out now. Thankfully, it seems the eye is gonna be over you guys in a little bit here, so you will see some calm here. Now, I would not recommend going outside during this because we simply do not know exactly how long the eye is going to last. It could last, like I said, could last 5 minutes, could last 30 minutes for all I know. It depends where exactly in the eye you are. Um, so just note that.
Now we're saying that the cyclone is Cat 2 on the Sanford Simpson hurricane scale, or is it Cat 3?
I would say it's maybe a low end Category 3, in my opinion, officially. Uh, I think Meadow France, actually, no, DWC calls it at 95 knots. Meadow France, I think, is, I don't know what Meadow France is actually. I think it's 180 kilometers an hour officially for them, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, last I heard. Um,
So,
anyway, it's regardless still a powerful storm with in terms
oh
of storm
yes.
surge. Uh, and
And
Nathan should be able to join us next hour.
yes,
David, go ahead.
Cyclone Ida to hit Zimbabwe on the 17th. And the
Ida.
Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services has informed citizens that the cyclone,
Idai.
sorry, Idai,
It's Cyclone Idai.
Idai, is expected in the country on the 17th of March. So that's that. Zimbabwe is to the north, so that they will be affected by the cyclone on that west northwest track.
Indeed. Again, if you guys have any questions, put them in the chat so we could hopefully answer them to the best of our ability here. Uh, as we start to slowly tick into the next hour. Next hour, hopefully, we should be joined by Nathan, who will be able to help us run the stream here. So look forward to that.
And in addition to our coverage of the cyclone, our US team is live on the US channel covering the local severe weather outbreak, and Tim is the host.
Mm-hmm. So we're both Force 13 is streaming on two different events: the severe weather coverage and, of course, the cyclone coverage here. Um, so I will actually I'll update the imagery really shortly here. I'm gonna wait a little bit longer because sometimes it takes a little while for the data to come in. But once that does, I'll update it and we'll see if it's gone closer to the land or not. I'll also update my the RAM site as well to see what the satellite imagery suggests as well. Go ahead, David.
All right. Well, what I'll do if you want to refresh your information, I will show another satellite view of the cyclone, and
Yeah, go ahead.
this I just this is the life. Okay, Isaac, this is the life of the cyclone up to earlier today, and you can actually see how the eye has formed.
Indeed.
And I'm hoping that this afternoon I might be able to capture for the third time the International Space Station flying over the cyclone. And we mentioned that the eye at present is around 40 nautical miles. And Isaac, would I be right to say that it has undertaken one, possibly two eye wall replacements?
It has undergone one actually right before landfall here.
Right.
Yeah, one. I've almost updated the imagery here, so I should get to you shortly. I'm not ready just yet.
No, you tell me when you're
All
ready.
right,
And
I'm ready now.
okay. And we're looking at the Vorak and the microwave. So with the microwave now on the screen, it's It looks like it's remaining on that westward track. There's
And
hardly any wobble.
And to the right of that, I have the satellite imagery on there. Your screen's not showing that.
Oh, I'll see what I can do. Okay, and it should be on the screen now.
All right, I'll wait for about 2 minutes here while the delay goes out. But new frame shows that the eye is again still drawing nearer. Yeah, there it is now. The eye is drawing even closer now. Thank you, David. The eye is drawing even closer now. As you can see.
Oh yes.
Set over to the side so you can see it more.
You can see the yellow now over the eastern side of Beerwah.
Yeah, the Beerwah seems to be Beerwah rather seems to be right on the edge of the eye here. They might be starting to see the conditions start to light up here. I would say it's likely about to make landfall really shortly here. I wouldn't say officially just yet, but really, really close to it right now. And I'll add Tim is going to be on here shortly as well, so I'll go ahead and add him in a little bit here, David.
Okay,
go ahead.
Much appreciated. I've actually zoomed in on the imagery, and you can clearly see how close it is to Beerwah, or even over Beerwah, but I'm just looking at the area in blue.
The eye certainly might be nearing there soon. Again, if you have any questions, please ask in the chat. We'll do the best of our ability to answer them. I believe Tim now is on the stream now, so hello, Tim. How are you? Oh, I guess he's having some difficulties there. While he's sorting out those difficulties, like we've been.
There we go.
Oh, there you go. Okay, hey Tim.
I forgot I had my mute muted. Again, thank you for having me on, Isaac. Just finished up the severe weather coverage over on the U.S. channel. I've been keeping an eye on this tropical situation most of the day, and it is very disheartening at the fact that the capital city of Berea is getting hammered, and this cyclone is bearing down on them.
Yeah.
So, Tim, looking at the satellite imagery, the microwave, what are your thoughts on it?
If I am in the city of Berea, I would be a little frantic, considering that this is a Category 3 equivalent storm that is getting ready to bear down on that area. I know a little bit of hurricanes impacts myself of going through Florence last year, even though I was 80 miles inland. This would be equivalent to.
It's a cat 2 officially now, according to the
it's a cat 2 now. Okay.
Yes.
I know it was a cat 3 earlier, but I wasn't aware that had been updated. But really, 5 miles an hour difference isn't really going to affect it too much between a cat 2 or cat 3.
Certainly, yeah. I'm gonna head off. Well, not head off. I'm gonna go for about 5 minutes here. I gotta go do something, so I'm gonna leave everything over to David and Tim here.
Appreciate it, Isaac.
And I'm just looking at some imagery of the damage. Quite a bit of structural damage, awnings down on local roads, some over cars, power lines
Indeed.
down.
Indeed. And the big concern that I had last night when I did some research on this area, because I'm not too familiar with Afghan geography and what they actually provide, is a lot of this area is agricultural. Uh, and specifically, I believe the city of Berea has a lot of manufacturing in and around the city. So you're talking almost 60% of the GDP is generated through manufacturing and agriculture, and this is definitely not something the country needs in terms of their productivity.
And I mentioned in the stream yesterday, Tim, one of the main bridges, I'm not sure of the location, it's been severely damaged, and I think it's quite a few $1 million to repair. And I think Nathan commented on that one during our stream yesterday.
Yeah, I'm taking a look and see what I can find in terms of the outlets in that area. Right, quick to see if.
Unfortunately, the flow of information is, well, it's understandably due to the landfall, but information isn't, well, it is limited.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm looking at some of the small little bit of details I can find. The city of Berea is home to about 530,000 residents. To put that in perspective for those that are watching here in the United States, 500,000 people would be just about 1.5 times the population of the city of Fayetteville, North Carolina, which is where I'm from. So we're talking a very hefty amount of population that's going to be impacted by this. And that's not counting the other towns that are going to be just to the west of Berea when this storm does roll through there.
And landfall is and
Hello.
Berea is going to be the area that will be severely impacted, and we still don't know how far inland it is going to go. But the Joint Typhoon Warning Centre said that it is expected to dissipate.
Now, some of the models were calling for it to possibly weaken before it made landfall. It's clearly obvious the way it's been going most of today that this is definitely not weakening anytime soon.
Certainly not. I'm back now. Certainly doesn't seem to be weakening. Well, actually, now that I look at it now, maybe the convection is slightly waning now a tad bit from when it was earlier. So we may be seeing the first signs of it possibly weakening now, which would be obviously great news for the people on uh, the city of Beira and surrounding areas.
Indeed, and we will have our very own Nathan Foy joining us to take over the broadcast here in the next hour here on Force 13. Again, this is continuing coverage of Cyclone Idai as it's bearing down on Mozambique and specifically the capital city of Berea.
Oh, I'm updating the thing here. Oh wow. Oh yeah. The I don't have any words. The city seems to be really, really close to the eye now. I just updated the imagery here. You can put it on here shortly.
Yes,
But the eye wall is really close. The eye itself is really close to the city of Beira.
And I do apologize for mispronouncing it. Yeah, it is Beira, so.
Yeah.
There's another blooper reel. There's 2 bloopers on 2 separate streams in one day. Go figure.
Sorry, I'm not saying the other cities because I have no idea how to pronounce them. I can really only pronounce Beira correctly. But there's other cities around the area that are also going to be greatly impacted right now as well.
I'll see what other cities we can find there. I know Devin was trying to pronounce them earlier. Bless his heart, and he did a pretty good attempt at pronouncing some of them.
And it looks like the city is just about to enter the calm of the eye here. I would say it's likely that it may have made landfall. I'll go and see if I can update RAM here because RAM has a better look at the coastline. The coastline on the imagery that on your screen right now, the one that has the red enhancement. The coastline is a bit farther to the west than it is on RAM, and I'm going to trust RAM that the fact that its geography is correct here. But on RAM, yeah, it looks really, really close to landfall here. If not, it may be making landfall as we speak here, unofficially. That is, in our opinion.
Okay. And looks like some of those other cities that are impacted. Obviously, we have Beira right there at ground zero for this landfalling cyclone. Other areas that are being impacted is Nofosafala to the south. You do have the city of Dondo just to the north of Beira, and Mafambise just to the northwest of that. So all these areas going up towards the cities of Janeiro, Danza, I believe that's a French city there, and maybe even as far north as Colorino, which is up near the Chinazula forest. So these impacts are very widespread, as we normally do see with a tropical cyclone of this nature. Thankfully, it is a very small, compact storm, so it's not like the entire country is being affected, thankfully.
And Tim, we've now received new information from the chat. People were, somebody said that that they're in the eye wall. 12 at night, pouring rain, flooding with objects flying through the air. You can't physically go outside. And then somebody is also saying that they're in the eye and that it's calm. People who are in the eye who have managed to have cell service. I just want to let you know that I do not know exactly how long you guys are going to be in the eye, depending on where you are. It could be to the south, it could be to the north of the eye, the center of the eye. So you could have 5 minutes of calm, you could have 30 minutes probably of calm. It really depends. But just make sure that you know where you are. I would suggest not to venture outside during the eye because you don't know how long it's going to take for the other part of the eye wall to come back with just a storm of strength as the first one.
Exactly, and that is something that I know Devin stressed, and we'll re-stress it again for the citizens in Beira, that once you do hear that little bit of calm, do not assume it's safe to go back outside. You're probably in the eye, and then that will definitely not be the sign to go out. You will want to wait till you hear the all clear from the local officials there. Safe to go back out and start checking everything.
And I believe now Nathan has taken the stream now, so I believe he may be talking with us shortly or right about now. Nathan, if he's in here.
You're watching Force 13's live streaming.
All right, Nathan. Not yet. All right.
Anyways, we'll get that sorted out soon, and we'll have Nathan join in with us. Really
Indeed,
sorry.
as it is
So
now, top of the hour here on the. East Coast, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. I believe it is 11 o'clock UTC.
Right, we're just waiting for Nathan to come, and I'll just okay, and Nathan is to take over, and hopefully he will kick in.
Alright, I believe we're on the air. This is Force 13 Live, continuing coverage of Cyclone Idai, which is making landfall as we speak. As you've been following our coverage over the last 5 hours, we now enter our 6th. My name is Nathan Foy, and I'm taking you through tonight what is going on with the storm as it makes landfall. A pretty historic one, you could say. Not too many storms have parallels in history, but this is where we're at right now. Still intense, more intense than I thought it would be at this point. I think, and I don't know if I butted in through the other team's conversation or not, but we did run up to the hour. I think they're still with us right now. Hello?
Oh, yeah, we're still here.
Yep.
And I'm here. Good to have you on board.
Wonderful. And Force 13 still putting this as a category 3, 115 miles per hour. It's looking very good. And landfall, as stated, is imminent. I literally just got to the studio, so, things are a little bit... I've been following a little bit here and there, but guys, I'll let you continue with what you were discussing just now, and maybe a recap, please.
Well, Cyclone. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go,
Cyclone.
Isaac.
Okay. Cyclone Idai is currently making landfall. Nathan, like Nathan said, as we speak, people in the city of Beira or in the chat were saying that they're experiencing now the calm of the eye now. As we speak, so it's likely making landfall as we speak. Currently a Category 2 hurricane officially, according to the JTWC. I don't know what the Meadow France thinks currently right now. I haven't been able to check them recently. Storm surge is, last I checked, they're forecasting storm surge of around 4.5 meters to 5 meters around the coastline, with about 6 meters towards the river. And that's pretty much what's going on right now, making landfall currently. The city of Beira is currently starting to get into the eye of the cyclone here. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's quite in the eye yet. It's the very edge of the eye that's over the city, but that is quite a large city that's being impacted. I can tell you now the center of the storm is 29 miles from the center of Beira. That is the center of the eye. Given that the eye diameter yesterday was 45 miles, it's a little bit smaller than that now. Gives you an idea of just how wide the eye is, given that the edge of the eye is over an area 30 miles away from the center of the eye.
Well, people are reporting in Beira that they're getting the calms now, the calm of the eye.
Yep, that's probably beginning.
Yeah.
Just see if we can get another. In fact, it's less than 29 miles. It's 26 miles. Beira is 26 miles from the center of the eye. It's on the edge of the eye. In kilometers, that's about 35, 40 kilometers.
Something
give or take, yeah.
odd like that.
In the last 5 hours, the storm has moved 35 miles. That's an average of 7 miles per hour. That's roughly, I can't work that one out, maybe 11 or 12 kilometers per hour in the last 5 hours.
Beira is slightly above sea level. Paul, when I was checking earlier, I could be incorrect on that, but I believe it is above sea level by, I think, 15 feet, I want to say, something like that. I could be wrong on that, but it is above sea level, I believe, except maybe the coastline.
Let me check on that for you, Isaac. And I understand, just getting back into studio, Nathan, I had to do that myself to cover the United States severe weather scene. So I echo your sentiment of just having to go into studio and just pick up everything right as it's unfolding.
Let's get some more distance estimates if we can, and I'm gonna reel off a few towns and cities here, hopefully, if it's cooperating with me. So the latest information now has the storm. Okay, it's playing up on me again. Software difficulties here.
Okay, to answer something that Isaac had mentioned earlier, the city of Beira is a mere 46 feet above sea level. Total population there as of the 2017 census is 533,000 and some change.
Okay, so a new update. 23 miles from Beira. 29 miles from Dondo to the northwest. 36 miles from Nova Sofala to the southwest. 38 miles from Mafambisi. 53 from Tika. And 121 miles from Chimoio. I don't know if you guys have remarked on this, but the JTWC forecast track shows that the storm won't weaken quite as quickly as we were expecting. It could make it towards the capital of Zimbabwe as a tropical storm, Harare, in the next 2 days.
No, I didn't notice that. I was too busy looking at where it'll make landfall in Beira. But yeah, look at that.
And Nathan, I think I recapping an earlier comment that the Zimbabwe government has put out a emergency alert for the cyclone. So the Joint Typhoon Warning Centre there indicating a west-northwest track, but it's the timing of that curve. Because we've been saying that looking at the satellite imagery and the microwave, it's still on that westward track.
It's hard to tell. I would say it's probably... Oh no, Nathan, do you think it's still on its westward track here? Or do you think it's moving more north?
It's taken a very slight west-northwest deviation, not very much at all. Not as much as I think the JTWC it was expecting.
Yeah, they forecasted it to go north of Beira in their latest track.
Please send us, if you're in the area, your reports on the ground. Our coverage is... I wouldn't say it's meaningless, but it has a lot less meaning when we don't actually know what's going on the ground. If it's safe to do so, please send us your reports on what is going on in Mozambique and in the whole region. We have heard from quite a few people throughout today on social media, even in southern Malawi, which has suffered terribly in the last 7 days from the precursor to this storm, which has killed at least 71. We can't get any more information out of Malawi at the moment, so we're not sure what the latest number is. It's probably more than that. And of course, this could exacerbate the issues there in the southern part of Malawi. In Mozambique, it could still be a very strong impact. Of course, it is a strong impact, but for flooding as well, and the storm surge, which could cause massive amounts of catastrophe.
Indeed.
I am seeing some images already online. You know, what you would expect at this point. Roofs being thrown about the street. And these are, you know, when the storm comes, especially the corrugated roofing, which is in a lot of the areas, those are projectiles when this storm strikes with the winds that it's got of over 150 kilometers per hour. And those can be lethal if you're out in the streets. From what we're hearing, it doesn't sound like anyone is out in the streets.
I hope not, at least. If you are in the streets, and if you're still in the Iowa, I would strongly suggest you stay back in your safe place, unless you getting flooded out by the storm surge.
Yes, so we're still getting to grips with getting everything ready here. But, talking about the movement there, so we're saying 7 miles per hour. It has slowed down slightly. It was 9 miles per hour earlier today. It has slowed down a little bit. If you're going to extrapolate that, I mean, you know, from Beira it's 23 miles. Its closest point to land, it's about 6 miles off land now. So you say 7 miles per hour, it's going to make landfall this hour between midnight and 1 a.m. Central African time.
Nathan, someone is reporting on Twitter that Mozambique has activated a red alert in North Centre following bad weather, the arrival of the cyclone, fatalities, and over 10,000 people so far have been displaced.
Yeah, that number across Eastern Africa is probably about 50,000 actually.
Yep.
And that's before this storm struck the second time. It already went in for the first round last week when it struck Mozambique and Malawi as a depression, came out over the Mozambique Channel again early this week, rapidly intensified. We thought for a while it might have got to Category 5 status, but it stalled off the coast of Madagascar and began to collapse and weaken. And then it came on strong again, acquired some annular characteristics, which it appears to have lost. And now a little burst towards the end here. It has flared up in the last few hours. There has been signs of intensification, and that's why we're running with 115 miles per hour at the latest update. Let's take a look at some infrared imagery now, showing you how it's been looking in the last 12 hours. And you can see again, they were marked on the map there, and the storm's progress in the last 12 hours, which is still yet to load fully. But we'll leave that running for a while, and in the meantime, whilst that loads, let's go to Isaac's screen.
Hello.
Now the loop on your right hand side covers how much time?
It covers 3 hours.
So in 3 hours it has moved that distance, which would be about 20 miles.
And as you can see, Beira getting even closer towards the edge of the eye there. I haven't heard any more reports off of the chat so far, but people were just saying that they're just entering the calm of the eye in Beira. This imagery is about 25 minutes old.
And those watching in Zimbabwe, we've had quite a few today actually. You can see there again the tropical storm force winds could extend into the country. Let's go back to the infrared imagery here now. So this is how it's been looking in the last 12 hours. You can see the black areas that have been flaring up in the most recent frames there. That's signs of intensification. The eye temperature has remained pretty constant. The eye has shrunk. It was about 45 miles wide yesterday. Now it's, I don't know, maybe 25 miles. Maybe a little bit more, 30 miles, something like that. This is probably the strongest landfall in Mozambique since Cyclone Leon 19 years ago, which struck, according to our estimate, as a Category 4 with 130 mile an hour winds. We have been streaming for 5 hours and 15 minutes. I don't know how much longer we're going to be streaming for. We usually pledge to you that we stream until landfall. Landfall is going to occur in this hour. It's getting late, obviously, over there, and I don't think that many people will be in the storm area will be watching us, because I think they've got much more important things to be dealing with. But the eye is clearly passing over Beira in this hour. Let's go back to the rain rate imagery. Isaac, go ahead.
Someone was asking Iwal, any news? Well, the eye is getting closer and closer to Beira if the eye itself hasn't passed over. So since people have been reporting that they're in the calm, I would say that they're either just entering the eye or they're in the eye possibly currently, especially people on the eastern side of Beira. Maybe not so much on the western side of Beira. So, yeah, that's so far as what I know so far. Go ahead, anyone.
I'm just trying to calculate how far it's moved in the last 1 hour. It has moved 9 miles towards the west-northwest. That little line I'll keep on the screen shows how far the storm has moved in 1 hour and in which direction. You can see it's just slightly north of west. I think we're also joined by Ryan at this time. I'm unable to hear him.
I'm unable to hear him as well.
He must be very frustrated over there, because he's probably been trying to speak the whole 17 minutes we've been here this hour, and we haven't been able to hear a thing.
Yeah, I don't hear him. He's in the call, but I don't hear him. Oh. Yeah. But talking about that slightly northward jog, that's interesting.
So if we're to extrapolate that line, you'll see in another hour, that was from 1 minute past, by the way. So looking at this, I mean, we're talking very fine margins. Landfall, I would expect, will be in about 20 minutes time. Now, landfall is often seen as a very symbolic part of a storm's life cycle. It really doesn't mean very much. Obviously, those who are in the eye will certainly receive the calm inside the eye of the storm. Obviously, it doesn't mean that the storm is over by any means. It means that the worst could still be yet to come as wind comes blowing from the other direction after the other edge of the eye comes in. But, you know, the wind's already being felt across the region. The eye is just a symbolic picture of this progression of the storm. The worst impacts are already occurring. This isn't the only thing that's going on in the tropics tonight. There's plenty of other features to look at. Just to quickly have a look at this. This is what's going on elsewhere in the world. Tropical cyclone Savannah is slowly developing near the Cocos Keeling Islands of Australia. Is moving towards the south and will then turn southwest. Invest 95W is now designated as a high chance of development by the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, and that could be our next storm in the Western Pacific. Invest 92P has a medium chance of development off the eastern coast of Papua New Guinea, and will enter the Coral Sea later this week.
We just I got a new frame on my screen, so if you want to look at it, and certainly be edging ever so close to the eye there as it makes landfall. This imagery is about 20 minutes old from Metostats 8.
Yes, and it's fascinating to notice, just back to the Navy imagery there, there's still a lot of minus 70-degree cloud tops, that's the red areas there, surrounding the storm. That's usually an indicator of Category 4 status. We don't think so. The eye is a bit too shallow, but perhaps 115 miles per hour is not going to be the minimum that the maximum, that we get recorded from this storm. We'll see. But that's what we're running with right now. Regardless, Category 3, major cyclone, stage 7 on the CDPS, 900 millimeters of rainfall possible from this storm as it moves inland, especially along the Mozambique-Zimbabwe border, which could cause untold chaos.
The comment is saying, do you think the storm will cause heavy rains across South Africa?
Say that one again, please.
They're saying, is there a chance for heavy rains in South Africa? And I would say, personally, no. The storm is too far north for it. I don't think any effects to be felt in South Africa there.
I'm just going to check for some rain estimates here, what we expect in the whole region. There might be a little bit of rain in South Africa. I'm just going to check. So we're talking about only rain that's associated with the cyclone. I would say no rain is expected in South Africa. The very, very extreme northeastern part of the country, I'm unfamiliar with that area. I think it's Limpopo province. The very northeastern extreme there could get a little bit of rain, no more than 10 millimeters. Into Zimbabwe, along the border region, we will see in excess of 500 millimeters of rainfall. That is, let me just get my provinces up here. I think it's Manicaland province in particular is going to be very harshly affected by this storm on the Zimbabwe side. The Manica province of Mozambique will also be particularly affected by the rainfall, but all points between the coastline and that region will also have a raw deal from this storm as well. 500 millimeters of rain expected across the whole track as far as the Zimbabwe border. Those who are concerned about Malawi, by the way, probably not much rainfall will be associated with the storm in Malawi. Maybe just a very small enhancement to what you'd expect in that region. There will be rain showers over the next few days. I imagine those are the typical monsoonal type weather of the region. But the main areas that we're looking at is the point between, well, pretty much everywhere along that JTWC forecast cone.
And Nathan, a couple of questions in the chat. What's the rainfall outlook for the southern part of, I think it's Zimbabwe, in coming days? Do we know?
I spoke mainly about Zimbabwe there, but further south, you're looking at very small amounts of rain. It really depends where exactly you are. If you're in the Masvingo region, that will be towards the northeast. It will be up to 100 millimeters. To the southwest, it will be less than 20 millimeters, really. And then towards the capital, Harare, it could be about 50 millimeters of rain in the next 5 days. It's been quite a journey for this storm in the last week and a bit, and It's coming to a climax this evening, unfortunately. It's going to cause a lot of problems in the area. We can only hope that we've been able to assist in our quite meager ways. That is the only thing we can do here on a live stream, in helping people know what's coming and maybe provide a platform for people to be able to communicate with each other here in the local regions on our chat section. You can ask us questions at any time whilst we're on the air. Send a message. It's Force13, all in text, and it will light up for me, tagging us basically, and we'll be able to read off your questions. David, are we streaming on Facebook?
We were, but unfortunately technical issue has prevented yet again, and it is something that I will be working on. I need another high-powered computer, but we did go live, Nathan, and for those that on this channel and we're viewing on Facebook, your support has been appreciated, and overall a fantastic response to a very, I'm going to say deadly, and I said to Nathan off air yesterday, I've got this sick feeling, and when I put part of the live streaming event and we see landfall, the damage reports coming in, it doesn't make me feel good. And unfortunately, Nathan, the flow of information on Twitter is very, very quiet at present.
Yes, even the disaster organisations have been very quiet for 2 days now.
Yes.
Yeah, they have. I was just looking on the Twitter feeds as well. The last thing I saw is, and this is still very touching, just like here in the U.S. when we get impacted by hurricanes, there is a crew that is set to move out of the city of Johannesburg, South Africa. They are going to be en route into the areas that are going to be impacted by Cyclone Idai in the next couple of days. So it's good to see, even across international borders, people are willing to help each other out in times of crisis like this.
And for those who have joined the stream, I have been given permission by a media person in the Beira region. I think he might be slightly to the south. I've already got some video footage, and that will be brought to you via future updates and any new material that is posted by this media person.
All right. So we've got a question there. What is the criteria for landfall? Is it that the entire eye comes ashore, or just the dead centre of the eye? Now, I'm a bit of a I'm not sure how to put this, but I only count it if the centre of the storm moves over land. A lot of agencies call it a landfall if the edge of the eye moves over land. I suppose you could say that the edge of the eye has made landfall, but the actual storm itself, the centre of gravity for the storm is still just off the coast at this time, so I would not call it an official landfall yet.
It's getting really, really close, though, I would say. On my imagery, it hasn't updated yet, but I would say in the next maybe frame or two, it might be an official landfall.
About 10 minutes, we think.
Mm-hmm.
If we were just to get the centre of the eye there, the latest, about 3 miles off.
Oh, wow.
And Nathan, looking at the screen, where's the strongest part of the storm? Would it be the southeast quadrant?
That's where the heaviest rain is at the minute, according to the satellite estimates. We have no radar in this area, unfortunately. But part of the southeastern quadrant there is delivering 50 millimeters of rainfall per hour. In the southwestern and western side, the side that's hitting land right now, we're looking at about, on average, maybe 5 to 10 millimeters per hour. 10 to 15 actually millimeters per hour. So that's still quite significant. In terms of wind speeds, I can't remember what we said was the worst quadrant, but I think Devon was saying the southwestern side will be the worst for storm surge. With waters,
No, I think it was. Oh yeah. No,
with
no,
waters
never mind.
rushing in towards the northwest into that river delta.
Yeah, it's not good at all. And not to mention that. Go ahead.
That's probably where the strongest winds are, to be honest.
Yeah, not to mention that it's gonna funnel the water right into that delta, sadly too. I got. Hold on here.
Yeah, the concerning part about that delta is as strong as this storm is, it's going to be causing a lot of the rivers and small streams that empty out into this delta to actually backstream on itself, similar to what we've seen over here in the United States with some of the hurricanes where they're actually intense enough to cause the rivers to actually back up on themselves and actually flood areas well away from the actual impact.
Mm-hmm. I just got a new image here. This is about 15 minutes old, but what'd you say, Nathan? Would you say it's a landfall? It's still not quite yet.
That is very close. No, I don't think so. I think we're still talking a couple of miles there.
Keep in mind the map on this is pushed a little bit farther west than on RAM, and I believe RAM is the more correct thing. So it may be doing it as we speak, but I wouldn't know.
But this isn't a ground shaking fact that we need to decide whether it has or not. It is a symbolic thing when a storm makes landfall, but in the grand scheme of things, the situation hasn't really changed since 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me now?
At last.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello, everybody.
Ooh. Your
Good
microphone's
evening,
a bit
Ryan.
loud.
Finally here.
Your mic's a bit loud.
Oh, it's a bit loud. Okay, I'll turn it down.
All right.
There we go.
Good to
Is
see
this
you here.
better?
A little bit.
Okay. All right, we're good to go then.
The current
That's
time
good.
is 10:32 p.m. UTC. It's 12:30 in Mozambique in the morning now. Ryan, how are you? And what's your analysis?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. This is a very dangerous storm. I mean, it's not every season that you get to see, a storm of this intensity making landfall in Africa. So it's certainly a rather, I wouldn't say rare, but uncommon thing to see, really. And I hope that everyone in the storm's path is staying safe and is taking all the necessary precautions that they need to take.
Tim, I could have crossed you earlier. What did you want to say?
I was just pointing out that Ryan had finally joined us, was going to introduce him in, but you kind of beat me to it, so I digress.
All right. If you've got any more questions for us whilst we're on the air, I don't know how long we'll be here for, so I can't guarantee we'll be here when you want us later, but we will continue to produce regular updates. We'll either finish at the end of this hour or at the end of next hour, and in that case, we will have another update on this storm by morning, so at 6 a.m. Actually, at 5 a.m. Mozambique time, we will have the next update on this storm after we go off air tonight. Obviously, it'll be post-landfall by then. There's really, with little information on the ground, and everyone obviously hunkering down, as they should be doing, because this is in this area, it's a once-in-a-generation storm. The last time a storm of this magnitude struck Mozambique or the African continent, it was 2000. although Funso came close in 2012. But this is a very severe situation that we're looking at, and of course these storms do strike a whole host of different places, although this one is striking a city of 500,000.
Yeah, and that's definitely something to be very concerned about, especially in this part of the world. You know, I mean, and, all the geography going on. I mean, this is a very vulnerable region, and that's very concerning to say the least.
Let's see if we can get any more imagery that we've not shown you yet. Let's see what we can bring to you. This is the latest Meteo France forecast track that they put out a few hours ago now. 2 hours ago they put this one out. Nope, 4 hours ago. I'm getting it all wrong. 4 hours ago they put this one out, and that's how far it was from land back then. And they expect it to really rapidly weaken. Much quicker than the JTWC say, because here's their latest forecast graphic. Interesting how they have gone with that, because models were saying that it would, rapidly dissipate inland. JTWC don't think so. They think it will still have winds of 60 miles per hour, that's nearly 100 kilometers per hour, when it crosses the border into Zimbabwe.
Nathan, would I be right to say that on approach to the coast, it actually deepened a little bit?
Yes, it certainly has.
Well, that
Could
would
someone-
then support...
Could someone show us a loop of the RAM imagery, if possible? It will show it best.
Oh, I have it. I have the Vork, but they need the colored one.
Yeah, just to best represent how the storm has appeared
Alright, I'll
in the
get it
last
up here.
few hours, because that shows the intensification well. It has intensified in the last 6 hours on its run up to landfall. So this is why we're particularly concerned.
Alright, here you go.
Here's a look now. So, if you're unfamiliar with the colour scheme, it goes in order of intensity, starting at sort of the whitish colours on the fringes there, then to the dark blues, then to the greens, then to the reds, and maybe you'll see a bit of yellow. Yellow is the next up from red, but I don't think you see any there. As you can see, more greens and more reds appearing in those later frames. The eye hadn't deepened any more, but certainly a large amount of red by the end of that frame, that loop. At the beginning of that loop, we had it at 100 and what was it? Can't remember what speed we had it at now. About 110, 115 miles per hour, something like that. JTWC had it lower. They went low, then they went high, and then they went low again. And now, in the latest frames, I certainly think it's intensified there. If you were just to take one of those images on face value, you could say it's category 4. It's not. It's less than that. It's probably low to mid-range category 3. But category 3 storms can still cause major problems. We're not just talking about the storm here, we're talking about the flooding threat, as we've been saying the whole time. Over 500 millimeters expected all the way from the landfall location to the Zimbabwe border. And sustained winds of over 150 kilometers per hour likely occurring in Beira, or have occurred in the last hour. And now the eye is just about moving in.
So would I be right to say, Nathan, just clarifying, looking at what's on the screen, the satellite imagery, the amount of red lends support to it being deeper?
Deeper than what the JTWC are currently saying. They're saying, they're saying 110 miles an hour, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think so, right?
Yeah.
It's stronger than that. You look at the imagery there, it's stronger than that. There's the latest Navy image. You can see almost half of the storm over land now. Half of the eye. And it's not just Beira there, there's a whole raft of places that are getting hammered by the strong winds right now. Further south, what was that place called? Nova.
I think it's Nova Sofia, I believe it was. Or Nova Sofala.
Yep, that's getting hit pretty bad as well. I can't see it now on the map. Other locations to the north and west of Beira, there's sizable suburbs towards the northwest and small towns in their own right. In Hamiswa, Dondo, Mafambise, all being affected by very strong winds, possibly hurricane force in all three of those locations. As the storm continues to push in at 7 miles per hour. That is the forward motion of this storm. If you were to stand in the middle of the eye and travel at 7 miles per hour in the same direction as the eye, you'd be with it the whole time until the eye collapses. So I wouldn't recommend that. Let's take a look back at that screen share there.
And Nathan, it looks like telecommunications are definitely down in Beira. Somebody's just commented in the chat, so it looks like telecommunications is now down, along with electricity.
There's a question for how long will Beira still be in a danger zone? How many more hours, give or take? Let me just calculate how far we'd expect the tropical storm force winds to go roughly. Maybe 130 miles. So you could still feasibly see tropical storm force winds for another, I don't know, at least the next 12 hours, certainly until daylight, possibly until tomorrow afternoon, or this afternoon as it now is, local time. So it's going to take up the whole of tomorrow as well. Won't be, of course, anywhere near as bad as it currently is, but it won't be completely over until tomorrow, late tomorrow.
So a viewer asks, is it coming near Quelimane tonight?
Quelimane, it's just to the northeast there. The worst is probably over in that area now. At least in terms of winds, there could still be significant rain for the area. So we're still looking at imagery. Let's take a look at the latest image and see if we can finally determine whether the storm has made landfall or not. The last image here is from 11 minutes ago. Somewhere. There's the last image, and the center of the storm would appear to be about there. So we're now 1.2 miles from landfall as of 11 minutes ago. Considering 15 minutes before that it was 3 miles off, I think we can call this a landfall now, guys.
I'm gonna update my images shortly here. See.
Yeah, it looks like a landfall to me.
And Nathan, looking at the satellite imagery, it looks like it's definitely on that west-northwest track now.
Oh,
You think so?
I don't want the loop there. Let me just put this out while it fixes itself out, I guess.
And just looking at the one on the right-hand side of Isaac, it looks like it. Isaac, would you agree that it's possibly on that west-northwest track?
I would say it's definitely moving west, and I would say that landfall is likely going on right now, or just about to happen, I would say. I'm not able to update the imagery because it decided to freak out on me, so I'm just going on back to RAM on here. Nathan, can you go on your screen too for a little bit while I sort out these?
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't say that.
It's going crazy over here. I'm sorry.
You caught him doing.
My computer's been going on for 5 hours. Okay.
All right, we got it.
All right. Thank you. I'm gonna try fixing it. It's been going crazy. Going around in circles, I guess. I don't know. Let's see.
And the amount of information that is stored in history from a website, that's what that was one of the reasons why I had a technical issue with the streaming onto the Facebook page. And technology, it's good, but sadly, the people over there in Beer, they just don't have any information coming in. And Nathan, I'm going to mention it again. There's nothing taking place on Twitter.
No.
Right, I'm almost ready here. I'll get back to it as soon as I can.
Just to confirm the breaking news at the bottom of your screen, Cyclone Idai has made landfall approximately 20 miles northeast of Beira in Mozambique.
There you go, I got it back now, Nathan. This imagery is about 25 minutes old. No, 15 minutes old, actually. I take that back, about 15, 20 minutes old. And would you say that's a landfall or still not quite yet?
It's made landfall now. We've just confirmed it.
Yeah, that's landfall, definitely.
Wow. Ram's a little bit by the way to the left. Ram is about 50 to an hour late in terms of when it gets imagery. So that's why on the Ram imagery to the left there, it shows that it's not quite made landfall yet. But on the other side, the imagery updates every 15 minutes, and you're able to see there. But I just hope everybody's hunkered down there. Beira still looks like it's in the eye wall there, or like on the outer fringes of the eye rather. It looks like. Wow. If any of you guys in the chat are in Beira or located around Beira, and you could safely relay us any information
that's the thing.
you have.
I don't think it is safe, and there's no communications there.
I don't know. Oh man.
There's not much we can say from over here. We're so displaced from the storm itself. We're just looking from above, as it were, at the satellite imagery as we watch in real time this storm making landfall, very near real time. The imagery here that we're looking at, that we constantly look at on our various different angles, are only a few minutes old in some cases, so you're pretty much right with it. But if we do get any news in between now and whenever we go off air, we'll obviously bring it to you. But that's the latest news that has broken in the last 5 minutes. Cyclone Idai has made landfall 20 miles northeast of Beira.
Terrence asks, what's the most dangerous part of the cyclone? The eye wall. The eye wall is the most dangerous part. It could be, well, actually, no, it could be the cyclone itself. It would probably be the eye wall, but in terms of impacts, it would probably be the storm surge, because more people die from storm surge or flooding from a cyclone than they do at winds. So I would say it's probably a tie between. I would say it's probably the storm surge, but the cyclone itself, the eye wall, obviously, 100%. As you can see there with the loop, Beira to the west, just to the west of that eye there, the cyclone's pretty much funneling its winds right into that delta there, obviously probably causing some havoc over there, causing some devastating storm surge if I had to guess myself over there. I just hope everybody is safe and has took their precautions and safety measures ahead of the storm, and they're just hunkering down now. But that's what I can say right now.
Cyclone Idai was a Category 3 according to our estimates when it made landfall just a few minutes ago, with winds approximately 115 miles per hour. That is around 180 kilometers per hour, with higher gusts. And we wait to see just how bad the situation is on the ground.
Absolutely amazing.
So, well, I'm not sure where we go from here.
I don't know. I mean, pretty much all communication, if any, is either really few or gone at this point from the city.
Let's go back and get some more imagery at this point if we can. Let's see what we're looking at now. Well, we're looking at this view again, showing the storm making its landfall, which occurred at approximately 12:35 a.m. local time in Mozambique.
Somebody said, how big is the eye?
About 25 or 30 miles. So, I mean, do we have any idea on this storm surge, which is obviously the most immediate threat, I would imagine, to the city?
Storm surge, I don't know what it is currently, but storm surge, the forecast from Meteo France last I heard about 3 hours ago, they were forecasting 4.5 to 5 meters along the coast and about 6 meters along the river and the delta.
Wow.
And the Joy Typhoon Warning Centre's current advisory says wave height is 27 feet.
That's out to sea.
Yeah, that's out to sea, but then, as we mentioned earlier, the tide is now on the way out, but it's still going to be significant, the surge.
Yes. This storm had already killed at least 71 in its precursor state, and quite possibly more, injuring 577, mostly in Malawi. These numbers are expected to rise in Mozambique as well, where the storm had already been responsible for 15 fatalities. And that was before the storm arrived the second time. It already arrived the first time last week as a mere depression. Still dumps huge amounts of rain, causing another flooding crisis in the region. They do come about every few years, really. This is possibly the worst since 2000, when Cyclone Idai and Cyclone Idai both came to visit as very strong cyclones.
And Nathan, going back in history, how far back can we go for this for a Cat 2 on the
I just did.
area?
Cyclone Idai of 2000.
What about 1962?
1962? Not to my knowledge.
It's equivalent to Cat 2 hurricane making landfall in the city of 530,000 hit in 62. Now, what system would that have been? I've just cited a posting.
Strongest since 1962? Well, it isn't. We've had stronger storms that have struck this area since then.
any on that for the beer in that year?
Beira in particular, that's too
Yeah,
specific. I'm not
1962.
sure without going away and doing some research.
All right, I'll leave that one with you. No, that's just something I've caught my eye, but
Okay. I
I'll
can't
put a question
comment
mark
for
by
or
it,
against
but no.
that without
All right.
having the relevant information. What I'm trying to find for you now is just a list of the deadliest storms in Eastern Africa. So just reading off the list here, Cyclone Idai, if the number of 71 is correct, which is probably not, it's probably more than that, but that's the last number that we got, would make it the 8th deadliest storm for Eastern Africa. In 7th is Cyclone Lisette of 1997, followed by Cyclone Philau in 1988, Cyclone Chedza of 2015, Cyclone Nadia of 1994, Cyclone Demoina in 1984, Cyclone Dineo is the 2nd deadliest in 2017, killing 271, and Cyclone Leoneline was the deadliest, killing 733 in early 2000. Hopefully this storm will not reach those devastating heights. We hope that we have done our bit here at Force 13 HQ, and we hope that people have done their bit on the ground to prepare as best as possible for this storm and to be away from the worst impacted areas. And just exactly where those areas are will probably become known in the morning. As of tonight, I'm not sure what else we can really talk about here, because our job is to deliver forecasts and to tell you where the storm is going. But now, given that the storm has hit land and has made landfall and is moving inland, there's probably not much else we can say. Guys, should we finish up here?
Yeah, we should. There's not much more to say.
I think as we come to the top of the hour, I'm supportive of
Alright then.
cancelling, and then
Well,
we can provide the updates.
Well, we're not abandoning you, everyone who's watching at this point. Force 13 will continue to deliver regular updates on all of its social outlets on Facebook and Twitter, and of course regular updates here on YouTube. We will be doing our next update on this storm on the YouTube channel, a regular scheduled update that will take place at 5 AM Mozambique time with the latest information on this storm, and we will produce more updates throughout the day as necessary tomorrow on Friday. That's it from us at Force 13 HQ. David?
Just before you, just quickly, Joint Typhoon Warning Centre has issued a tropical cyclone formation alert for 95W. We've also got tropical cyclone Savannah, South Indian Ocean, and closer to my home we have the developing tropical low, and Nathan Jason indicated in our survey that the Papua New Guinea Weather Office is likely to produce its first cyclone track for 92p. So we're in for a very busy time, and it's been good to be part of the stream.
Our team have been broadcasting for how long now? 6 hours, and that is where we finish our coverage tonight. They've all done a fantastic job. We've done our very best here. We hope you appreciate it. I mean, I know it's quite difficult because it's a very serious situation. I hope that we've been of some use, at least, in this severe international potential disaster. That's all from here. We're on Facebook, Twitter, and where else are we? We're also on Discord. All the links you need are underneath the description of our page if you want to keep tabs with us on our other platforms. That's it from now. Good night, and let's hope we're still all here by morning and that everything is as good as it can be. I think that's all we can say. Good night.